What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Thursday, November 20th. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. A big thanks for making us a part of your start. If you're already up and at it, whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, checking us out online at sportstalk1051.com. Got the app, download it, take it on the go. Tell your Alexa devices to say, "Yo, Alexa, play WAYY." YouTube stream also up and rolling here this morning. What do we have on our Thursday morning game plan? We'll talk a little green and gold. Packers returning to practice yesterday. Matt LaFleur chatting a little bit with the media. No Jaden Reed, no Marshawn Lloyd at practice. So at least probably another week. So, but nonetheless, it's going to be a little bit more of a waiting game here when it comes to the potential return of Jaden Reed. But if you looked at that injury list at practice yesterday, it was pretty long. But a lot of limited participants on there. Josh Jacobs did not practice yesterday, but Matt LaFleur not ready to rule him out for the game on Sunday against the Vikings. So we're going to go over some of the other stuff that Matt LaFleur had to say, including the plan for Josh Jacobs. And, I mean, we were just talking about Rashawn Gary the other day and his snap counts and such. Well, he was asked about it yesterday. And I'm going to call a little BS on some of the comments from Matt LaFleur yesterday. So, but nonetheless, we'll got to take a look at that, and I'll relay it in case you missed it yesterday. But I try not to read, I guess, between the lines too much. But yeah, I don't know. I still call it a little BS. I was rereading it there too, but we'll go through it coming up here in just a little bit. Plus, I want to hit up. There's a piece from Fox Sports talking about the Packers offense from Ralph Vacciano, where he talks a little bit about the Packers offense and got some input from some NFC scouts, some anonymous NFC scouts. And I thought it was an interesting perspective. I mean, we obviously have our own thoughts and ideas and what we watch and what we listen, or how we kind of digest it, and we put our own scouting caps on and give our, takes and such. But I'm always curious to get other input from people who actually do this for a job, like scout. That's their job. And I thought it was a couple of interesting notes from this scout. Just kind of quickly here, one of the quotes here is, "All the ingredients are there." Again, we're talking about the Packers offense specifically. "All the ingredients are there. Jacobs is one of the best backs in the league. That running game is hard to stop. Jordan Love has all the skills, poise, arm strength, ability to throw on the run, but the weapons aren't great. There's enough there to make it work. And I've always loved Matt LaFleur's scheme and mind." So, kind of focusing on that one. There's more that this scout has to say. But what are your thoughts when you hear that? Loves Jordan Love, loves Matt LaFleur, loves Josh Jacobs, does not love the weapons, i.e., wide receivers. In fact, a little bit earlier in this piece, talks about Love just doesn't have a true number one, that security blanket he can rely on in big spots, said the scout. Every quarterback needs that guy, whether it's a receiver or a tight end. I thought Matthew Golden was supposed to be that for him. He certainly has the talent, but it hasn't happened. The rest of that group is a bunch of second and third receivers at best. They can work with that, but it'll never be easy. So Is it for all the frustrations, for all the talks that we have gone through when it comes to this Packers offense? We've pointed at different people, different reasons, and we got a scout here that comes back to a debate that has kind of gone up and down over the last couple of years. Is it they don't have a true number one? Now, maybe Tucker Kraft would be that guy. But maybe let's look at it from a wide receiver perspective. Do they need a number one from a wide receiver? Is there somebody on this roster that can develop into that? Is it a Watson? Can it still be Matthew Golden? Do you believe that is the biggest issue with this offense, is they don't have a true dynamic number one target, number one receiver? I want to hit this up, and I want to get your thoughts on it, okay? 715-830-1912. Hit me up with a text or comment on the video stream with your thoughts on that. So, Green and Gold chats here this morning. We'll throw some Brewers notes in here. Kind of a cool thing. Brewers, they're going to be playing at that Little League game. So, the Little League Classic that we saw like last year and such. So the Brewers and Braves are going to headline the 2026 MLB Little League Classic in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. So that should be kind of fun to see that. I know the Twinnies are going to be at the Field of Dreams and that. But Brandon Woodruff, I was reading some stuff from Todd Rosiak, who covers the Brewers from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Was it Todd or was it Kurt Hogg? I'll double check it. But was able to get a quick comment from Brandon Woodruff with the qualifying offer. Yeah, it was Kurt Hogg saying that that's a large number, and it's a place where I'm comfortable and love. It was an easy decision. Talking about the qualifying offer, but we'll go through some more of the more stuff about what Brandon Woodruff had to say and such with the qualifying offer and that. So a few Brewers notes in there. We'll do some Bucks chats. We'll hit it up with some Bucks chats and talk a little bit with looking at the game tonight, taking on the Philadelphia 76ers. Again, no Giannis for the game tonight, so we'll see if the Bucks can hopefully tread some water and still win some games without Giannis and not get too far behind in the standings here too and such. But speaking of hoops, women's basketball for the Badgers off to a 5-1 start, the best start for a first-year head coach for the university. So I know that hire was maybe met with some questions and such, but right now off to a really good start. Marquette men's basketball not off to a great start. They fell to Dayton last night. I thought maybe that would be a sneaky close game, and right now Marquette 3-3 so far on the season. So, but yeah, we'll throw some hoops chat in here. It is Thursday, which means it's enough is enough. What is the narrative? What is, a talking point that is out there where you're like, enough's enough. So-and-so, blank, whatever. I mean, it's pretty wide open. What's that sports thought? What's that sports talking point? Again, what's that narrative that is out there where you're just like, enough is enough with it? Best ones, I'll read on the air. Hit me up with those. We got an extended Tailgate Outdoors. Jake Boakes, DNR Warden, is going to be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour, answering your questions. So, again, if you got any questions before you head out to the woods this weekend, rules, regulations, double checking on some things, this is your opportunity to do that. Hit me up with those texts right now. After that, Tim Kaiser will be joining us for any last-minute tips before you head out to the woods and such for deer hunting. So share some stories, too. Right now, text them on over. You got a good story. What's your top hunting traditions when it comes to opening weekend? Send me those. Text them. Hit me up on the video stream. Whatever the case may be, send those on over. Share some fun traditions that you have, or maybe there's something in particular that you're really looking forward to this season, this hunting season, this weekend, and that. So do that. We got Eric Balkman 9 o'clock, just past, right, a couple minutes past 9 o'clock, answering your fantasy football questions. So I'm asking a lot from you this morning. You got anything that you would like to ask Eric to help you out with your fantasy football lineup? Start sending those puppies on over right now. So we'll get to Eric just past 9 o'clock, as we usually do on Thursday mornings during the football season. So loaded up program here this morning. Let's pitter patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll take our first break, and then we'll get things rocking and rolling here. Lead it off, chatting some football, chatting whatever else is on your mind too. All right? Hit me up, 715-830-1912, or hit me up on that YouTube stream. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Winter is coming. Maybe that little bit of snow that we just got the other day, that quick dusting or slushy stuff, whatever you want to call it, gave you a good reminder that, hey, you got to get your vehicle ready, especially with the holiday season here. You might be doing a lot of traveling and such. And that's where AJM Automotive in Eau Claire has you covered. Their expert technicians will make sure that your vehicle is prepared for snow, ice, and long trips. From brake checks and tire changes to battery tests and fluid inspections, they've got you covered. And if you do run into trouble, AJM Automotive offers towing services to get you safely off the road. Don't wait, give them a call, 715-835-9523. That's 715-835-9523. AJM Automotive, keeping you safe on the road and ready for winter. Also want to throw out there, too, we've got the state high school football championships beginning today. Cochran Fountain City is going to be underway as the first team. They're going to be going at 10 a.m. And then you got Edgar, a little bit to our east there. They're going to be kicking off around 1 p.m. Also, speaking of 1 p.m., you got Blue Gold Women's Volleyball. They're going to be in action as they begin their national tournament run, taking on St. Mary's College of Maryland. So that's going to be in action at 1 p.m. over in Pennsylvania. So best of luck to all teams, Blue Golds, Cochran Fountain City, and such. So best of luck to everybody who's still in action. Got a couple of texts to roll in here. We've got Brandon G saying LaFleur's scheme is meant to get multiple guys open. If I remember Rodgers' first year, he had so many options to throw to and not have to go all the – I'm not sure what that means. Not have a go-to all the time. I think Lowe is at his best when he doesn't focus on one guy. Right now, his problem, I think, is his trust in his offensive line and not letting the routes develop. The guys are open, just needs to trust it, I feel. C-Bomb says, I'll go contrarian here. I think the Packers not having the true number one actually helps them. It makes it more difficult to game plan for. Yes, it would be nice to have a playmaker that you can just funnel the ball to. But remember when it was like when Davante Adams, everyone knew where the ball was going. It would be nice on 3rd and 8 to have that guy that was just money. But if these guys would quit dropping the ball, we've got several money makers. Also, once again, please tell your hunters listening, if it's brown, it's down. Horns don't taste good in butter and onions. Take them all out for motorcycle riders. Okay, we might as well, since we got some people chiming in on that topic, to kind of lead it off here. So, again, I was reading a piece yesterday. It was on foxsports.com talking a little bit about the Packers, and it was Ralph Vacciano, NFL reporter. Little piece on the Packers offense, the inconsistencies, maybe not playing up to the level that was all thought for this ball club. And a lot of the finger pointing is going towards this offense. And I thought, I always kind of I'm interested in quotes from like scouts, GMs, executives, because that's their jobs, right? I mean, we get to talk about it, but that's actually their jobs. So I'm always curious to get their input, because obviously they're a lot smarter than me, and they're a lot smarter than a lot of us, if that's what they get to do for a living. And I thought it was interesting to kind of look at, from an NFC Scouts perspective, what they thought was kind of the issue, or what was going on with the Packers offense. And a couple quotes here says, the problem with them isn't the quarterback or their head coach. It's their weapons. The surrounding cast just isn't good, said one NFC scout. Specifically, the scout said their problem is the lack of a true number one receiver, something that they've been searching for since trading away Davante Adams. They thought they addressed that in April when they took Matthew Golden, but he has been a disappointment, catching just 24 passes for 286 yards and no touchdowns. And it's not like the other receivers have stepped up to help. Love's leading receiver, Romeo Doubs, has just 39 catches for 499 yards and 4 touchdowns. He's also had 3 drop passes on Sunday, half of the 6. Love's receivers had in that game. Love's most reliable weapon was Tucker Kraft, who had 32 catches for 489 yards and 6 touchdowns, but the Packers lost him 2 weeks ago. And since then, Luke Musgrave has not aptly filled those shoes. Love, this is again a quote from the scout, quote, Love just doesn't have that true number one, that security blanket he can rely on in big spots. Every quarterback needs that guy, whether it's receiver or a tight end. I thought Matthew Golden was supposed to be that for him. He certainly has the talent, but it hasn't happened. The rest of that group is just a bunch of second and third receivers at best. They can work with that, but it will never be easy. And then the other quote here was, let me go down to it. It's boop, boop, boop. All the ingredients are there, the scout said. Jacobs is one of the best backs in the league. The running game is hard to stop. Jordan Love has all the skills, poise, arm strength, ability to throw on the run. Like I said, the weapons aren't great, but there's enough there to make it work, and I've always loved LaFleur's scheme and his mind. They should be better than they are. So your thoughts? Your thoughts. Does it boil down? I mean, the last couple weeks or few weeks or however long it's been, when we've tried to assess what the heck is going on with this Packers offense. What the heck? What's the issues? What's the inconsistencies? Is it the play calling? Is it the quarterback? Is it the offensive line? You have one scout here that says lack of a true number one receiver, or maybe talents at that spot. Tucker Kraft being down obviously is a big loss. But do you agree that the group that's out there, the Romeo Dobbs, the Christian Watsons, the Dontavian Wicks, I'd throw Jaden Reed in here too whenever he does come back, Matthew Golden, like those guys, they're not good enough. More of a complementary cast, if you will, 2s and 3s, as that scout said. Do they need that true number one? Do you agree that every quarterback needs that number one target, like the scout said a little bit earlier? I would say when you look at some of these championship teams over the years, there's always a lot of times, more times than not, I would say, you look at the offense and you look at a quarterback, more times than not, there's been a number one, a go-to type of guy. Tom Brady always had Gronk. Or maybe he'd throw it to Edelman. You know, Patrick Mahomes with Travis Kelce, obviously. You know, Patrick Mahomes one is a little bit different because, I mean, you look at those and would you say they ever had a true number one wide receiver? I would say no. But they had one of the best tight ends in NFL history with Travis Kelce. You look at some of the other teams, you look at, Philly last year had Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley with a career year. And you just look at some of these other champions and such, and yeah, I mean, even Green Bay, I would say Super Bowl 45. Yeah, they had Jordy, James Jones, Donald Driver, but the go-to guy on that one was Greg Jennings. Jordy Nelson was coming into his own, wasn't the number one guy yet. Donald Driver was at the back end of his career. James Jones was always kind of like a 2-3 type of receiver. Greg Jennings was the leading go-to guy on that ball club, even though Rodgers had other guys to get the ball to. So does Green Bay need that? Do they need just – and I think sometimes maybe we get so caught up in the Davante Adams, like that's what a lot of us think as a true number, and that is. But that one is a little bit – I think we got to take that one with a little bit of grain of salt because I think at times Rodgers was just so super hyper-focused on Davante Adams, where I think that's kind of polluted our mindset here a little bit. Like, okay, we don't want to go back to that. And I don't want to go back to that either. And that's not a knock on Davante Adams. If we had prime Davante Adams again, or even, heck, Davante Adams right now, I think I would take that any day of the week. I love Davante Adams. He's one of my favorite players of all time. I mean, just how he goes out and plays the game is absolutely fantastic. But I think, during that towards the end of that Rodgers and Devontae tenure in Green Bay, I think it got to a point where Rodgers was just so hyper-focused on getting the ball to Devontae that I think that's still stuck in our minds, that we don't want to get to that point, that we don't want that. And I would agree. I don't want Love force-feeding Romeo, let's say, every single game and kind of ignoring, like, oh, that guy dropped the ball. Okay, you're in the doghouse. I'm going to go to a different guy, and I'm going to ignore you for a while, because we know that's what Aaron was like. But I do think there is something to say, okay, is there just got to be one player? It doesn't have to be like, this is the guy, the number one target, and we're going to ignore everybody else. Is there just got to be like that one guy that everybody knows, okay, he's the dude, he's the dog, he's the alpha dog, he's the leader of the pack. That's the main guy, but that doesn't diminish anybody else's role on here. I think there is something to it. Now, do I think that's the biggest problem within this offense? I think there's more to it. I do think offensive line is the biggest issue. For whatever reason, this offensive line has just taken a downfall turn from last year. I mean, they're bad. And I don't think, with Love, if you're getting some happy feet back there because you don't trust that protection, it is going to affect your game. It is going to speed up your process. It is going to speed up, trying to get the ball a little bit quicker and maybe not letting, your reads come through or come open and such. I mean, it would for everybody else. There's also the drop issues with some of those receivers. Now, I would throw this out there. Can you imagine in a game like we saw against the Giants, all those drops if Aaron Rodgers was still quarterback? He'd have everybody in that dang doghouse that they'd have to bring Tom Crabtree out of retirement just to get somebody out there to catch a ball from him. Can you imagine that? Oh, there'd be nobody left to throw to because Aaron would have them sitting in the corner saying, you're at a 20-minute timeout right now. That'd be brutal. So I get the thought of like they need a true number one. I understand that, but I think, and I'm guilty of it too, it's not necessarily a true number one where it was Devontae at the end of his Packers tenure and there was nobody else, because that's what the quarterback was just strictly focused on. I look at, okay, there's that number one guy, but everybody else kind of falls into place here too. The roles. I mean, even when Green Bay had all those great targets in the early 2010s, Jennings in that year, again, he was the number one guy, but they had Jordy a couple years into the league, wasn't the number one guy, eventually became the number one guy. Even like, okay, so when Jordy, let's say 14, because 13 he had the ACL, well, maybe throw an 11 in there too. But when Jordy became the number one, they had a Randall Cobb. They had a little bit of a James Jones. Jordy was the guy, but they were still spreading it out. 14, Devontae was a rookie. Jordy was the guy, but you had a youngster in Devontae and a Randall Cobb. And Aaron was still kind of spreading it out there too, but you still had that one guy, that one dude. And I would agree that I do think that kind of element is missing. I don't want, again, that straight up, this is the only guy we got, and we're ignoring everybody else. And I don't think that's what this scout is trying to say. And I think for the last couple of years, we kind of, at least I thought, maybe that would naturally evolve. At some point, one of these guys would just kind of break through. And we're still waiting for that to happen. And maybe we put a little too much on the shoulders of Matthew Golden to be that guy this year right away, to be that offensive rookie of the year. Or, and Christian Watson's coming back from ACL and that. Still kind of waiting for him to maybe bust out. I threw up a poll question. Post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question on Sports Talk, and it was kind of based off this article, and I threw it out to fans. I'm like, okay, which receiver would you trust the most right now? It wasn't even close. It's like 67% Christian Watson. And that's where I would not mind if going forward, let's maybe feature this guy a little bit more. And it doesn't mean that we just have to just continue to throw the football to that guy. But all right, let's maybe add a few more packages for him. Let's maybe feature him a little bit more. Oh, it's an interesting debate. I think so, at least. Let's take a quick break. What did Matt LaFleur have to say yesterday about Rashawn Gary's snap count? I'll be honest, I'm going to call a little BS on the head ball coach. We'll get to that coming up after these quick words. This holiday season, give your home a fresh new look with Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether it's some cozy carpet for the living room, some stylish luxury vinyl planks for the dining room, or maybe some durable vinyl for those high traffic areas. Maybe you need to retile the shower, whatever the case may be. Carpet City Flooring Center has the perfect flooring to make your home warm and welcoming for family and friends. Their experienced team will help you choose the right style, guide you through measurements, and provide professional installation, making it easy to get your home holiday ready without the stress. With quality products, fair pricing, and service you can trust, Carpet City Flooring Center has been helping homeowners in the Chippewa Valley transform their spaces for years. Don't wait. Stop by today and see their wide selection. You can also check out carpetcitywi.com. Carpet City Flooring Center, bringing warmth, style, and comfort to your home for the holidays or whatever events, or just your home in general too. So Matt LaFleur chatted a little bit with the media yesterday, and earlier this week I was kind of grinding my gears about Rashawn Gary's snap count and such, and Matt LaFleur was actually asked about it yesterday, and his availability with the media. And his answers were, when he was asked about Rashawn Gary only playing 39 snaps against the Giants, he's never been a high snap guy, a byproduct of how the game went, and Kingsley Enagbare earning more snaps. The fact, okay, I got a few things here. So, essentially, when you look at it, I would argue Rashawn Gary has now turned into a part-time player. He is making $24 million, 13th highest paid defensive end in the NFL. And he's not playing almost nearly the same amount of snaps as Micah Parsons. I'm going to call a little BS on this, because the whole never been a high snaps or mostly I'm calling the BS on how the game went. And to throw in there, Enagbare's earned more playing time. Well, that to me tells me is Enagbare outplaying Rashawn Gary a little bit. Okay, yeah, he's earned more playing time. Awesome. Now when Lucas Van Ness is back, does that mean Enagbare's reps are going to get cut more? Who's cut? Or is Rashawn Gary's snaps going to get cut more? Because Micah Parsons' snaps ain't getting cut. So where are those other ones coming from? And I know you got Lucas Van Ness that, kind of goes into the interior on obvious passing situations, which it's part of their cheetah package. But, come on now. I'm sure he probably doesn't want to go out there, and I'm just throwing out speculation and stuff like that. But if it's a conditioning type of thing or whatever, yeah, LaFleur's not going to throw that out there in front of the media and that. But I'm glad I'm glad one of the reporters, and I'm blanking on who asked it, but I'm glad they brought it up and asked LaFleur about it. Because it has been something. It's not just this year, but it has been something that has been going on the last couple of years. And it's just, yeah, he's making $24 million per year as the 13th highest paid edge rusher in the NFL. And he's barely cracking 50% of the snaps on average. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. And and he was off to such I would say a fast start to begin the season. Obviously was a benefactor of Micah Parsons coming in, but for whatever reason, it's gone downhill since then. And I don't think you can just look at, he's got 7.5 sacks. What are you talking about? He's a great player. You can't just grade it based off of sacks. I'm sorry, you can't. And when you look at, again, I know I mentioned this earlier in the week, the quick pressure rate. It's the worst of his career. It's the worst of any of his NFL seasons, which you would think it would be the best because of the amount that Micah Parsons is getting chipped and double teamed, and yet you're seeing Micah Parsons getting through it, and it's like, I know it's probably not fair to compare Micah Parsons to Rashawn Gary, but if you are one of the highest paid players at that position, I think it's also fair to expect more, to play better, but for crying out loud, to get on the field more. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think this is the final year of Rashawn Gary in Green Bay. I think when you look at his contract number and you look at the contract situation with him, there is that potential out after this year, 2026. He's got a cap hit of a little over $28 million. If Green Bay moves on from him, they would have to take on a little over $17 million in dead cap space, but you create about $11 million in open cap availability. With a team in 2026 that's got some cap issues, this seems like a no-brainer of a move. Are they going to be able to move him via trade? Possibly. He will just be 29 next year, so maybe you can get a pick in return for him. But it sure seems like this is the final year of Rashawn Gary in Green Bay. The production, I'm sorry, it's just the production isn't matching what you've invested. You're not getting a great return on investment. And when you have Parsons already there, okay, let me just throw this out there. Would you, knowing Parsons is the other guy, Van Ness is going to be playing this weekend, Enoch Barre, Rashawn Gary, going forward, who would you rather see get the majority of the reps on the other side of Parsons? If we're just kind of doing a base thing, I know you can have three of the guys out there and they do that with their certain packages, okay? I understand it. But of those three, who would you like to see get more of an opportunity or more playing time down the stretch? Is it Enoch Barre? Lucas Van Ness? Who, remember, Micah Parsons is a big Lucas Van Ness fan. Right when he got into town and started playing, I mean, he started talking this kid up. And before he got hurt, I'm just looking at, if we're just use some Pro Football Focus grades as maybe a little bit of a measuring stick here. Right now, Lucas Van Ness has a 74.3 Pro Football Focus grade, which is 27th best out of 117 edge rushers. Kingsley has a 65.9 grade, which is 56th best. Rashawn Gary, 69.6, 41st best. So, I mean, you base it off of those numbers. Do you give Van Ness more opportunities, more reps with Micah Parsons out there? I mean, if he's not, if Rashawn Gary's not a big snap count guy, if he's just going to be a part-time player, I think that's something worth monitoring or watching in these final 7 games. Now, if he goes out there and he just absolutely balls out, has himself a game in the next couple weeks, this weekend and then Detroit again, all right, awesome, cool, great. I hope it happens. I want it to happen. But I think it's fair to say, hey, Micah needs a little bit more help now, you guys. When it comes to that pressure up front, Micah needs a little bit more help. So let's give it to him. And I hope with the return of Van Ness, that does help out a little bit. Because, yeah, they ain't getting home with 4. besides Micah. They need a little bit more help. And maybe that's something Lucas Van Ness can give them when he comes back. All right, let's take our final break for this hour. Then we'll hit up some. We got plenty more football talk coming up, but continue to send me your thoughts and such. We've got some hoops, we've got some baseball, all that fun stuff. Fantasy football questions. Send those puppies on over. Quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just a few minutes left to the top of the hour. We got plenty more football talk coming your way. Do want to talk some Bucks as the Bucks are back in action tonight, taking on the Philadelphia 76ers with no Giannis. So we'll hit that up. Also a little Brewers chat as well. Brandon Woodruff He said it was a no-brainer for him to take that qualifying offer. That's a lot of cash. So, yeah, that would be probably a no-brainer for a ton of people out there. So, don't forget, it is a Enough is Enough Thursday. Give me your enough is enough statements. What's a sports narrative that's out there currently? Maybe it's from a national media perspective, or maybe it's something you read online, or maybe it's just a talking point in general where you're just like, that's enough. Enough's enough with that. Think about it for a little bit. Let me know. Okay? Text it on over or hit me up on the video stream if you'd like. We'll get to those throughout the morning. Again, reminder coming up starting at 8 o'clock. So Jake Boak's going to be joining us a little bit earlier. He's going to be in studio. Got any questions for the opener? Send those on over so we can ask them to Jake. And then we've got Eric Balkman, and then Tim will be joining us. So busy schedule coming up starting in a little over an hour from now. So, again, if you have any questions with rules, regulations before you head out to the woods, now is the time to text those on over so we can get those to Jake when he stops in studio here in a little over an hour from now. All right. We've got C-Bomb that says, Lucas Van Ness, you're right, Gary is gone after this year. He got paid and he got lazy. I remember coming out of Michigan, the knock on him. And unfortunately, I think it's true. The dude could be a game wrecker if he would just commit, save some salary, and let the younger guys go eat. Living the dream, Jeff says. Two oldest receivers are in their fourth year. Every receiver on his team has not played a full year due to injuries. That could be everyone on his team with the exception of the punter. Not sure if it's a tallest issue, but more of a development due to so many injuries every year. So, yeah, we'll get back to more football talk a little bit later on this morning as the Packers will be back at practice. Again, Josh Jacobs did not practice, by the way. I forgot to mention this. He did not practice yesterday, but Matt LaFleur saying he is truly a day-to-day, not ruling him out for the game this weekend against Minnesota. So, looks like they're still trying to give him a chance to play against Minnesota, which again is that fine balance between, do you throw him out there against Minnesota, or do you try to make sure he's ready to go in a short week with Detroit? Can you win without Josh Jacobs with Minnesota coming to town? I still think it's a must-win game for Green Bay, so you try to get all hands on deck in that aspect too. Had some position coaches chatting a little bit with the media yesterday too. Anthony Belton's actually going to be working, sounds like according to Luke Butkus, repping inside at guard in addition to his tackle. And remember, in preseason training camp, he was just exclusively at tackle. So Green Bay moving the big guy, getting some reps at guard now, which I thought I was a little surprised they didn't do that. To be honest with you, I mean, he's huge. I'm surprised they didn't do that in training camp and preseason. Because, I mean, he has a second-round pick. He ain't playing right tackle anytime with Zach Tom. When Rasheed Walker leaves, is it Belton? Is it going to be Morgan? So, I mean, if you're a second-round pick, eventually you're going to be a starter at some point. And I was kind of curious because they were just working him out exclusively at right tackle. So, it took up so long to get some of that work in there. I don't know, and I think with Kennard being over there as an option at right tackle too, you're probably trying to cover your bases in case you do have an injury to the interior front, and especially now with Elton Jenkins out, you probably want to. Again, this goes to Green Bay's philosophy of the five best will play, the top five best will play. So they're probably covering their butts in case there is another injury to the interior, and then you could throw a guy like Anthony Belton in there instead of like, oh boy, do we go Jennings? Is it Jacob Monk? Who is it at this point? I'm surprised. I wish they would have done it earlier, though, to be honest with you. Wish they would have thrown him in earlier. So, all right. Coming up next hour, we'll get to that hoops talk, and we'll talk some baseball and such. So we got that coming down the dockets. Also, your enough's enough. Enough is enough. Send those puppies on over. Text them to me, 715-830-1912, along with any outdoor hunting-related questions and your fantasy football questions. Okay, so we'll hit those up coming up a little bit later on. And if you still have something, if there's something you want to throw out there as a talking point, let me know. Text it on over. Okay, we'll talk about it. If it's all right, maybe you heard something like, yeah, I got to get your thoughts on this. One in, we got a couple more to go. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after these news updates. All right, here we go. Second hour kicking off on this Thursday morning. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you are tuning in from. We got a busy couple hours coming up here starting at 8 o'clock. We will chat with DNR warden Jake Bolks ahead of the opener this weekend. So if you have any any hunting related questions before the opener, start to text them right now. 715-830-1912. We'll talk some fantasy football with Eric Balkman. You can text over those questions. If you want to hit us up, we've got a lineup question for Week 12, which officially begins tonight. Let Mr. Balkman help you out, and then we'll chat some more deer hunting with Tim coming up after that. So busy couple hours coming up here. So with this hour, 7 o'clock hour, though, don't forget to send me your enough's enough. What's the sports narrative? What's the sports talking point out there that you're just like, enough is enough? Maybe it's from national peeps or just a narrative out there that you're kind of sick and tired about, that you just want to say, I'm done. We gotta stop this. So send those on over, best ones. I will read off the air. So we've got Bucks back in action tonight, taking on the Philadelphia 76ers, and it's the Giannis-less Milwaukee Bucks. A lot of eyes are going to be paid attention to this Bucks team with how they're going to look without Giannis. Probably, I would say, I know they're hoping for maybe a little less than 2 weeks, but I would say it's probably going to be the 2 weeks. Again, could be just my gut when it comes to those soft tissue type of injuries and such. I always get a little bit nervous in that. So, but without Giannis, there is a little piece on Milwaukee. Already talking about some trade rumors. Okay, so for Milwaukee, I'll just read a little bit here. It says, unsurprisingly, with Damian Lillard gone and Miles Turner more of an all-around contributor, Milwaukee is in dire need of secondary scoring and playmaking beyond Giannis. According to Cleaning the Glass, the Bucks have a 125.2 offensive rating with Giannis on the court, which ranks in the 95th percentile of all lineups league-wide. When Giannis sits, their offensive rating falls to 104.2, which ranks in the 4th percentile. Holy cow, that is a huge plummet. That is a huge plummet. So what could the Bucks potentially pull off? Milwaukee is no longer in financial purgatory and has the flexibility to either aggregate contracts sent out or take back more money in a deal. But the Bucks only have one first-rounder to trade, either their 2031 or 2032, no seconds, and would be challenged to cobble together enough salary to send out. Though the Bucks have 3 players, Miles Turner, Kyle Kuzma, and Bobby Portis, earning a combined $61 million, they also have 9 with salaries between 2.2 and 5.1. Because of their high roster turnover this summer, 9 players are not eligible to be traded until December 15th. That's the one thing with the NBA. Remember that. You bring in some new guys, you can't trade them right away. A.J. Green isn't eligible because he signed an extension. Milwaukee will have to weather the storm during Giannis's injury recovery, but before they search for an outside upgrade, the Bucks will look to the return of Kevin Porter, who began the season as the team's starting point guard but needed minor knee surgery earlier this month. Porter hasn't played since the first quarter of the opener, but if he stays on his initial timeline, the Bucks are hopeful he can return at some point in December. Then Milwaukee will have a better assessment of how dire their guard needs are and whether they will package together one of their few remaining assets to find an upgrade. So really, what does that say? We don't know. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot yet. Kind of up in the air. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what else it's still incredibly early to figure out, who's potentially on the trade market? Who could they all go out and get? Who could they maybe acquire in that? We're in the very early stages of that, and it's kind of hard to figure out. But we're going to really see this Bucks team, how they can function, how they can maybe go out there and win some games without Giannis leading the charge. Again, everybody's got to step up in this thing. I want to see more from a Miles Turner. I want to see more from a Kyle Kuzma. Ryan Rollins, okay, you've already kind of exceeded my expectations, and I think a lot of people's expectations, so just continue to do what you're doing right now. But it's going to be tough. This game's at home in Milwaukee. Philadelphia is the favorite by 2.5. It opened up at a 1.5. Now it's 2.5. Matchup predictors got it for the 76ers. I want to see improved play all around. You're going to need to play almost near perfect basketball for this Bucks team to kind of keep their head afloat. Hopefully have a winning record while Giannis is out, because the schedule doesn't do them any favors either. With Philadelphia coming in, they're slowed down a little bit since the season has began, but they're still 8-6, is a better record than the Bucks. Then you got Detroit. Then you have Portland. So what does help is that these 3 games are in Milwaukee, but then you go to Miami, then you go to New York. And then a quick turnaround back home to take on Brooklyn. Yeah, if we go back to that Golden State game, for example, because we've seen a couple instances with this Bucks team without Giannis in the lineup. One of them was Golden State. One of them was Charlotte. And in both of those games, Ryan Rollins was your leading scorer for the Bucks, if we just look at it from that standpoint. Ryan Rollins in that Golden State game. And that was an impressive game, I would say, for the Bucks, because you had Jimmy Butler, you had Steph Curry in the lineup, and Bucks played fantastic. Ryan Rollins put up 32 points. You had 8 players in double-figure scoring. And I think that's what is going to have to happen for this Bucks team to win a bunch of games without Giannis. Rollins had 32 points. Miles Turner had 17. Gary Trent Jr. 13. Kyle Kuzma 10. AJ Green 10. Bobby Portis 12. Prince, who's gone though too, had 10. And Cole Anthony came off the bench and had 16. If they could find that secret that they had against Golden State earlier in the season, that's what you need. And then you look at Charlotte. You had Ryan Rollins again leading the team in points, 25. Miles Turner put up 21. But after that, it was pretty quiet. Pete Nance had 10 and Bobby Portis had 14. Nobody else in double-figure scoring. Kyle Kuzma only had 8. He was 3 of 12 from the field. Gary Trent Jr., just 2 points. He had a plus-minus -25. AJ Green, just 3 points. That is unacceptable. They have to have a game like they did against Golden State where you're getting multiple contributors. Okay, Ryan Rollins can lead the way. He could be the go-to guy. He could be your main scorer, but you got to get everybody else involved. And they all have to play at a high level. They all have to be offensive contributors going forward to help fill in the loss by Giannis. Everybody's got to up their game. Everybody's got to step up. It's going to be very tough. But I think it'll also be very telling for this Bucks team. If this Bucks team, let's say Giannis misses 2 weeks, and this Bucks team ends up with a record during that stretch of a couple games above 500, I'm feeling a lot better about this Bucks team as the season progresses, maybe even getting to the playoffs. But this is a growing moment for these guys. Like that article mentioned a little bit earlier, a lot of roster turnover. Okay? Even Kyle Kuzma was a trade deadline deal from last year. Miles Turner's new. Ryan Rollins, obviously, with a bigger role. Here we go. With no Giannis now, let's grow together. Let's get better as a team. You know you're going to be good when Giannis is on that lineup, but look at this as an opportunity. Look at this as an opportunity to grow and get better as a team overall. Look at this as an opportunity for these players to maybe kind of like show off what they have. If I'm a player, I'm looking at this as an opportunity like, okay, I have a chance to step up. I have a chance to showcase that I'm a good player. I have a chance to help lead this ball club. That's what I want to see from this group. And I put a lot of this on Doc Rivers too. What's the game plan for him? You're going to have to adjust things. You're going to have to change things up without Giannis. What is he going to do? What is the game plan? What's the style? There is a lot of pressure on him. Rightfully so. You have to adapt. And who's going to be that, maybe that sneaky player that's going to kind of rise to the occasion? I'll tell you who I want to really kind of see. I want to see Gary Trent Jr. just come out and just ball out. That's who I want to see. I want to see Gary Trent Jr. just come out and just really improve his play. Or, just kind of looking like what he did at the end of last year, where he was getting some more opportunities and he was just putting together some great stretches. I want to see that. I want to see that Gary Trent Jr. I want to see Gary Trent Jr. from his Toronto days. I look at this as a hell of an opportunity for him. That's who I want to see step up and help fill some of that offensive game or offensive pieces that's going to be missing with no Giannis. That's who I'm going to pick as a sneaky player. We know Ryan Rollins, Miles Turner, Kyle Kuzma, all those guys. Yeah, they got to keep doing what they're doing or even get better in some cases. But Gary Trent Jr., that's the sneaky guy that I want to see elevate his game a little bit more. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll talk a little Brewers, some Brewers notes and such. Plus, we'll get back to some more football talk as well. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Hey, hunters, don't forget to send me some good stories, some traditions, all that fun stuff. I want to share it in our episode of the Man Cave podcast. That'll be dropping a little bit later on today. So send me those cool traditions, maybe a cool story, or maybe something that you've got that you're really excited for this particular season coming up here. Maybe it's the first time you're taking some kiddos out. Maybe Hudson's going to be coming with me on opening day. So looking forward to that. He did sit with me for a little bit last year, but maybe you got something like that. So I want to include them. If you got a quick story to share, it could be a good memory. Maybe it was of a big one, or maybe the one that you missed, because I think we all have some of those. But or maybe it's some cool traditions that you always do. Please send those on over if you could. I would love to feature those in an upcoming or in today's episode that'll drop a little bit later on. All right, Brandon Woodruff. He talked to the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel about his qualifying offer. A couple quotes from Brandon Woodruff saying that for me it became clear pretty early on, easy decision to take the qualifying offer. I was extremely happy to come back somewhere. I'm extremely comfortable. I'm excited. I'm pumped. That's what it broke down to. You guys can see what transpired yesterday around baseball. That's the most accepted qualifying offers in history of it. You can get a sense of what was going on with everything. But come on, that's a large number, and it's a place where I'm comfortable and love. He also went on to say, I wouldn't say it's the same thing as the last time when I needed to throw on a uniform again. I threw on the uniform again. I checked all the boxes. I was more happy. I was more about this team. It was more about this team is really good. They gave me the opportunity to come back, and I'm very grateful for that. Also went on to say that I'm 2 years post-surgery, and a surgery really isn't even a thought. It's my body. I'm able to go through off-season workouts and not worry about other things that are bothering me or having been bothering me. I'm able to go do my thing in my program and have a good workout and feel good. I haven't had that in a couple of years. That's going to be massive going forward. I'm in the middle of my workouts, ramping up, getting ready to start throwing here in a week or a couple of weeks. Also went on to say about what this qualifying offer kind of says, what he believes for the team. When the Brewers extended the qualifying offer, I took that as a big compliment. I really did. I also took it as they really wanted me here. I know the ramifications of offering a 1-year, $22 million contract to a pitcher in the Brewers organization. That has never happened. I don't take that lightly. When they did extend it, that was a signal to me that, yes, they were serious about winning and wanting to move forward with me and had confidence in my abilities. That was all I needed to see from them. So the other day we kind of threw out that question, like, does it, with the Brewers doing that and with Brandon Woodruff, joining Christian Yelich as the two players that are making over $20 million, and as Brandon Woodruff said, the first pitcher in Brewers history to make over $20 million in a single season. As a Brewers fan, does that give you any sort of confidence? Does that signal anything to you that, hey, maybe this team is going to go push some chips in a little bit more, as we like to say, push them in the table a little bit, maybe be a little bit more aggressive this offseason to try to take that next step? Or on the flip side, are you of the mindset like, boy, now they're not going to have any other money for anybody else? I have no idea. I mean, we're still in the early portions of this offseason. It remains to be seen at this point. But I think, Woodruff does make a good point, saying when they extended that, it was a signal to me that they were serious about winning. And I think he's right on that part. Brewers didn't have to do that. If they were looking to shell off some cash and remain under budget and not spend a whole lot, or maybe look to spend elsewhere and such, They didn't have to throw out a $22 million qualifying offer. Yeah, if he accepts or if he declines that and he signs and yeah, the Brewers get a draft pick. But remember, this isn't like the NFL where draft picks are so valuable. Picks are, okay, to be fair, picks are a little bit more valuable to a franchise like the Brewers because they like to develop players and such. But it's not like you're getting a draft pick that is going to help out your team right away like you would expect in the NFL. But obviously, I think the Brewers were comfortable in the fact that, okay, if he does take the $22 million, we're good with that. We're comfortable with that. We're willing to take that on because we still want to win. So, yeah, I would agree with Woodruff in that sense, saying, hey, they've never, ever gave a pitcher $20 million for one season. That is a sign that, okay, maybe they are going to be in it to win it and be a little, trying to, I guess, maybe run it back or still trying to win this thing. Because, yeah, the Brewers didn't have to do that. When he took the $10 million option, they could have said, hey, thank you for your services. We'd love to still bring you aboard. We'd still like to work out a contract extension with you, but we're not going to offer you $20-some million because we just don't have that in the budget. I'd still be curious to see if maybe they could still work out an extension. And it is brought up here towards the end of the piece in the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel saying, quote, it remains to be seen if the two sides are able to strike a multi-year agreement of any sort on top of the one-year deal currently in place. For now, Woodruff is happy to just be able to run it back at least once more with the Brewers. I'm lucky and blessed to be able to come back to Milwaukee. That frees me up to go play baseball. I think this offseason just got a little bit more intriguing, at least in my opinion, when it comes to the Brewers in terms of what is their game plan going to be? What are they going to do? How are they going to build upon this team to get to that next level? They've already thrown a ton of money at a pitcher. I would argue that, okay, if you, I don't know, for me, I know the question is, okay, are they going to trade Freddie Peralta now? Especially if they don't agree to a multi-year deal with Woodruff, and it's just this one-year thing. To me, then trading Peralta wouldn't make, I shouldn't say it wouldn't make a ton of sense, but it would scratch my head just a little bit more. But I don't know. I keep going back and forth on this because it's like, okay, but they signed Rhys Hoskins, and then what they do like a couple days later? It's like, oh, they signed Rhys Hoskins. Okay, they're gonna, they're serious about this season. They traded Corbin Burns. So like for me, part of my thinking was like, okay, you're bringing in Woodruff for 1 year. Why don't you just keep Peralta for 1 year for that cheap deal and try to go for it? But this Brewers team keeps you guessing at times. Like what are they thinking? What's their mindset? What's going through their vision? So I don't have a really good gauge on that, to be honest with you. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll get back to some more football talk. Send me your enough's enough. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Tomorrow in the morning, we're going to be over at Hy-Vee doing the program as all of us hunters will be getting packed up and set up to head over to deer camp if we're not already at deer camp. So we'll do the program over there, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Also, we got a couple peeps from Midwest Family Leclerc. They're going to be taking some donations. And then we're going to turn around and buy some turkeys. Going to buy some turkeys for some families in our area. So if you or know of anybody who could use a turkey for this Thanksgiving, next Tuesday from Hy-Vee from 9 to 11, going to be passing those out. No questions asked. So be right when you walk in the store there. But this Friday, tomorrow, we'll be over there from 6 to 10 doing the show. I believe Murph and Phil are going to be over there till 1 taking donations if you want to throw a couple bucks in or something like that so we can buy some turkeys for some families in our area. But stop by. I got a few hats left, some Blaze Orange stocking caps, Sports Talk ones, if you want to grab some of those. Otherwise, grab some Man Cave lights to take over to deer camp and a bunch of other things too. So should be a lot of fun tomorrow before. If you're not at deer camp yet, John watching on YouTube's already at deer camp, but if you're not there and you still need to get some supplies, you can stop by our good friends at Hy-Vee and load up the vehicles and have a safe and fun hunting adventure. Surveyor, this is actually a funny story. So first of all, Surveyor says, this will be the first time 3 generations of my family will be at deer camp. Traditions are pretty simple. Jerky from Louis, canned mollusks, a bottle of tequila down in the first night. And a cribbage tournament. Best story, my cousin got lost in the woods, walked for 5 hours, shot a doe in the middle of nowhere, dressed and dragged the deer without knowing where he was going, ended up 4 miles from the cabin, walked with his deer to a house that had a light on, had no idea where he was, and asked to go to the nearest town because he knew how to get to the cabin from town. Ended up being gone for 7 hours. He was 15. We still have a picture of the infamous lost doe. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So if you got a cool tradition, you got a cool story, memory, anything like that, please send them over. Surveyor, I'll put that up in the podcast too. I'll share that. But send those on over so I can put them up in our podcast that's going to drop later on today. It's going to be a deer hunting themed podcast for the Man Cave podcast. So please send those on over so we can share them with everybody else that's going to be tuning in. So, but first hour, in case you missed it, we talked a little bit about the green and gold, and I was referencing a piece from Fox Sports talking about where there was an NFC scout saying the biggest issue with Green Bay is they don't have a number 1 wide receiver. They don't have a number 1 go-to target. That's their biggest issue. It's not Matt LaFleur. It's not the quarterback. It's that they don't have a number 1 option. You agree with that or you disagree with that? You buying that or you selling that? You think there's something to it? You're like, no. I don't think if we're just generally saying that's the main issue, that's the problem with this team, I think that's short-sighted. I don't think that is just the main thing. There's offensive line issues. There's drop issues. I think it's a combination of a few things. And I think it's a combination of those few things that has made other things come into question, like maybe play calling, maybe Jordan Love's play for some people. I think it's those issues that get kind of combined or thrown in, or the blame is or put on maybe people that aren't the biggest problem with this offense. But I do think there is a little bit of something to the thought of, like, they don't have a number 1 target. And I don't want Green Bay to go back to, when it was Rodgers and Devontae towards the end of the career. First of all, that connection was magic. Okay, that I loved watching that connection. The nonverbal communication between those two guys on back shoulder throws and some of the insane trust that those two had was undeniable. It was a thing of beauty. I loved it. I still remember going to a game. I think it was, well, it would have been 2021, I think. It was Packers-Vikings. It was a night game towards the end of the season. And sitting by some Vikings fans. And Green Bay blown out Minnesota that game. It was Mike Zimmer's final year. And there was a play. I mean, it was just a back shoulder throw to Devontae. I mean, it was from snap to throw. The insane trust and communication. Aaron gets the snap, turns, throws. Devontae's not even looking at him. But then at the last second, turns around, catches his back shoulder. And I just remember looking at this row of Vikings fans sitting in front of me, and they're just like shaking their heads. Like, you can't stop it. And to have that connection, to have that trust is so rare, I think, and it's such a beautiful thing when it's going. But it also can have its downfalls too. And I think that's the problem that some Packers fans had with that. And to me, to an extent, too, it's like, okay, but then you're way hyper-focused on that one, where maybe you're missing some other stuff. Maybe you're missing some other guys. You know, then you start throwing into triple coverage when there's somebody breaking free across the middle. So we can have positives and negatives to that. But I do think there is something to like, okay, could this current team right now use, we'll call it a number one, but I think for a lot of Packers fans, we may be so ingrained by thinking a number one, a go-to target is that end of the era Rodgers, Devontae, where it was just like 17, it was all 17 or nothing. And I don't think we want that. I wouldn't mind having okay, we know that guy's our number one. We're going to have more plays involved for him. We're going to scheme him more open, but we're still going to get other guys involved. You know, I kind of go back to those early Rodgers teams. You know, yeah, they had a ton of guys, but early on, you knew Greg Jennings was the number one. That was the go-to guy. Donald was at the end of his career. Nelson was just coming up. Jones was a good piece, but you knew Jennings was the guy. And then it turned into, you knew Jordy was the guy. But Devontae and Randall, they were really good pieces too. And they were big-time contributors. I'd kind of like to see that. Where, okay, we know who that guy is, but we still got other weapons to beat you. You know, that thought of like, okay, the defense is going to prepare for this guy, or they're going to try to slow down this guy. But you know what? Fine, because we trust our other two guys. We're going to get those two dudes in play. It's kind of like the Bill Belichick. Remember that thought process he had in New England? He would double team the top receiver for a team and then put his number one corner on like maybe the second option and force you to beat you with your third option. And I think that's where Green Bay was so effective, is because, okay, they had their go-to guy like a Jordy, but then it's like, okay, your 2 and 3s were, I'm talking like 2014, your 2s and 3s were a Cobby and a Devontae. Not bad. And I think when you look at champions from the past, Super Bowl champions from the past, you can see quarterbacks having, okay, their number one guy or their go-to target. I mean, Brady always had Gronk. I shouldn't say always. Brady had Gronk, or maybe it was Edelman. Patrick Mahomes had Travis Kelce. You know, last year with the Eagles, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley. But you kind of go back and see, like, yeah, that offense, okay, they had that guy, that go-to guy, but then they had some really nice couple pieces. So I guess when you look at from this team, does Green Bay, because this scout that was talking said they got a bunch of 2s and 3s. Thought Matthew Golden was going to be that guy, but he's been disappointed so far. I hope nobody's closing the book on Matthew Golden. And I said it earlier in the week, I honestly would not mind. You know, Matt LaFleur has talked about, hey, we have packages for everybody. You know, we want to spread the ball around. And I think you could still spread the ball around if you have a number one guy. if you want to call it a number one guy, a go-to guy. I think you can still spread the ball around. And I think that's what Jordan Love actually does very well right now. Because can you imagine if Rodgers was the quarterback in that game against the Giants last week and his receivers went through so many drops? He would have shunned so many people that he wouldn't have anybody else to throw it to. Love right now hasn't really, he has gone back. He doesn't do that. He still spreads the ball around. So I wouldn't be opposed if they kind of like, okay, you know what? Watson, we got him. He's got the rust off a little bit. Maybe let's create some more packages with him. Something to that effect. But I don't think it's just straight up that, hey, they've the biggest reason or the biggest issue with this offense is they don't have a true number one. I think that blank, if that is a blanket statement, I would disagree with it. I think there's more to it. All right, we got to take our final break, and then we got some busy stuff coming up here. Just past 8 o'clock, Jake Boakes, DNR Warden's going to be joining us. Do you have any questions for Jake? Before the opener, send those on over. Text them to me, 715-830-1912, or you can hit us up on the video stream. We've got fantasy football with Mr. Eric Balkman, so he'll be joining us. So if you got any fantasy football questions, send those on over too. Let him help you with your Week 12 lineup. And then we'll talk with Tim Kaiser from Whitetail Partners after that too. So, but we got one more break to wrap it up. Also, send me your enough's enough. What's the sports narrative that's getting floated out there that you're just like, enough is enough? We'll hit that up as we wrap up the second hour. Coming up after these quick words. Looking for a great place to gather with friends, enjoy a meal, or maybe catch your favorite game? Look no further than VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. From delicious food and drinks to community events and entertainment, there's always something for everyone. You can bring your family, meet your neighbors, or just relax and enjoy the friendly atmosphere. VFW Post 305, your local spot for food, fun, and community in Eau Claire. And don't forget about December 23rd. Mark it on your calendars. Our Festivus show, Tuesday, December 23rd. We're going to have some fun stuff planned at the VFW Post 305, located on Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Anybody else want to do the feats of strength with Surveyor and C-Bomb? Want to join them with the feats of strength? Yeah. You can, hey, let me know if you're up for it. I think they're going to be a little bit different. I think Donna said they got some different peeps making the wings here. So don't know if that means they're going to be hotter, just as hot, the same, whatever the case. A little bit of an unknown. All right, so you're going in some unknown territory with that. But yeah, that's going to be coming up here. Almost a month from now. Holy moly, coming in hot, it's coming in fast, man. So. With it being Enough is Enough Thursday, we're going to get to some of those a little bit later on, get you some more time to send in some more of Enough is Enough. Actually, I'll go through a couple of them here. This one's from Dave. Dave says, enough is enough with the thought that Matt LaFleur should be fired this season. I don't fault him for the receiver drops or the offensive line turning into a turn aisle. Enough is enough of Packers fans calling for his firing. Another person texting, don't have a name. Enough is enough with the Jordan Love hate, Packers fans. Stop nitpicking every little thing that he does wrong. Every other quarterback is not perfect either. Be happy, be grateful that we have a good quarterback, unlike Minnesota. Okay. Another texter says, enough is enough with this poor Packers offensive line play. There has to be some accountability with this group. Why is it that one player is gone from last year and this whole group has all of a sudden turned into Swiss cheese? Maybe the offensive line coach needs to go. Maybe they need to change their practice habit, but enough's enough with the poor offensive line play. So, some good ones there. Keep them coming. All right. Keep them coming. I'll be honest. I was going to go with, because Aaron Rodgers yesterday, we don't know if he's going to play this weekend against the Bears. And I was like, okay, because he did say, was asked about being the villain in Chicago all of his years in Green Bay. And he kind of made a comment. He's like, yeah, I hope we can let bygones be bygones. I'm not in Green Bay anymore, so he doesn't want to play the villain anymore. But if you actually watch it and listen, he's got that smirk that he does. So, I mean, yeah, come on. Because I was going to say, enough's enough, Aaron. You will always be the villain. You will always be, not well-liked in Chicago, okay, regardless if you're in Green Bay or not. That's just the case, okay? And when you actually watch it, because I listened to it at first, but then I saw the video. I'm like, okay, yeah, he's doing that smirk that he does. Sometimes it's like, okay, he's not even being serious at this point. So, but yeah, so that was my enough is enough. I got to find another one here because my fault for listening to it and not watching it at first, because you can't obviously hear the little smirk that he throws out there. But yeah, so we'll get back to some more, give you some more time to send those puppies on over. A couple more texts though to catch up on. This was from Ben a little bit earlier when we were talking some Brewers. Ben had said, I agree with the Brewers extending that qualifying offer to Brandon Woodruff shows me that they're willing to spend a little bit more this year. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. Who knows? But right now, first instincts seem like they're willing to spend more this year to try to put together a better team and maybe try to win it this year. Another texter talking about Brandon Woodruff. A little bit of an opposite route, saying This is Eric, by the way. Eric says, while I'm glad Brandon Woodruff is back in Milwaukee, I'm not happy with the $20 million. Maybe the Brewers will actually spend a little bit more this year, but I'm going with the odds that they're not going to. And because Brandon Woodruff is getting paid over $20 million this year, I don't think they make any other moves and run it back with everybody else from last year. Going to the Bucks, Matt a little bit earlier said with the Bucks, I have no confidence in this Bucks team to win a lot of games without Giannis in the next couple of weeks. Ryan Rollins, he'll probably get a ton of points, but I don't have confidence in the other players because the inconsistency from Kyle Kuzma, Bobby Portis, and even Miles Turner. It's going to be a rough stretch and possibly a rough year now for the Bucks. Big unknown. Big unknown, Matt. I don't know how this Bucks team is going to perform. I'm apprehensive too. I'll admit it. But maybe they could surprise us a little bit. Maybe they could go out there and rack up some wins and just tread some water and keep their head above water until he can come back. But there's no question it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. And I don't think you can play necessarily the same style of basketball you were with Giannis in there. And that's where I look at Doc and that coaching staff like, okay, what are you going to do different now? What are you going to do to try to get the most out of your players? What are you going to do to try to fill that hole? Everybody's got to step up, and we talk about it from the player standpoint, but I look at it from a coaching standpoint too. Because I think you do have to adjust. You do have to change up some things with this. And I hope they do. Obviously, I hope they do, because I think that's the only way that they're going to come away with a win. Or a few wins, a few wins down this stretch. But I'd be lying if I wasn't a little nervous, if I wasn't a little apprehensive right now. But again, hope I'm wrong. We shall see. All right. Shot clock's going to cut me off in about a minute. So 8 o'clock, we'll kick it off. We'll chat with Mr. Jake Boakes, DNR warden. He'll be joining us in studio. Also, we'll do some fantasy football talk with Mr. Eric Balkman. That'll be just past 9 o'clock. So send me your fantasy football questions. Best way to do that is hit me up with a text at 715-830-1912. Then we'll get back to more hunting talk with Tim after that. Tim Kaiser from Whitetail Partners. But a lot of hunting questions as we get set for the opener coming up here in just a couple of days. Continue to send me your favorite traditions, maybe some favorite memories, some good stories, so I can feature them in our podcast a little bit later on. That'll drop later on today, the Man Cave Podcast. Don't forget to follow and subscribe to that. It's free. If you could, 5-star rating, positive review. That way it helps others find the Man Cave Podcast. We got a new episode of the Kid Cave that just popped up this morning on the Man Cave Podcast as well. So, all right, it's halftime. We're at the halfway mark. We got some news updates, and we'll be back to kick off the second half after these quick words. All right, here we go. Third hour on this Thursday morning. Kicking off right now. A big thanks for hanging out with us. Depending on where you're at, John's already up in Bayfield County at Deer Camp chiming in. So if you're already at Deer Camp and you're listening, appreciate that. Thanks for that. We kick off this hour a little bit earlier with our conversation with Mr. Jake Bolks, DNR warden for the great state of Wisconsin. It's almost opening day. Is this your, how would you just, your
Super Bowl?
Super Bowl?
It definitely is. It used to be the day of the year, especially 20, 30 years ago. But just with everyone getting more interested in a good way in the outdoors and such,
right?
Like the recreational vehicles, the summer holidays has gotten pretty busy. But this is still, in our opinion, the Super Bowl. So
right.
It's the fun time. It's busy. Don't get me wrong. It's the busiest time of year, and wardens are basically working 24 hours for 9 days and more. But we all love it, and we love interacting with the people. I was telling guys yesterday at the office that, they're like, oh, you got to work all week and you don't get a hunt. And yeah, that kind of sucks. But we also get to sit there and talk with hunters that are happy, go fill up our squads, and there's people telling us stories about the deer they shoot and everything like that. So we get to live vicariously through people, and we do enjoy that part of it. So,
and honestly, that's what I was just going to ask you to kind of open it up here a little bit too, because I think at least when I was younger, if for somebody growing up who loves hunting and fishing, it always kind of was like, well, if you become a warden though, you can't do that. You don't have time to do any of that. So why would you become a warden? But you've said it numerous times, like, actually, sometimes I go out more than what maybe we expect.
Yeah, no, that's a common thought is if you become a warden, hunting, fishing, see you later, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, the opening weekends, like we're all going to be out there. The fishing opener, duck, the different duck openers, the deer season, stuff like that. Holiday weekends, we got to work. But again, like I'm going to be out Monday morning for my gun deer season. Yeah, the woods is blown up a little bit, but I still get to do the tradition with my uncle who owns a property. I still get a hunt with my family. I still have multiple days during the season that I can hunt. Plus the state offers so much deer hunting.
Yeah.
We can archery hunt all year before that. There's the muzzleloader season, there's the antler of the season, there's the bonus holiday hunt. There's and then let alone half the state now has that extended archery season. So you can hunt half the year, it seems like. So.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So lots of opportunity.
Is it kind of cool though too? Because we were talking a little bit off the air in your role, for opening day, that maybe you can like go visit different areas too and explore the different parts of the states.
Oh yeah,
and such.
And so conservation wardens have their own administrative areas. So like around here, there's Western Eau Claire County, Eastern Eau Claire County, Western Chippewa, Eastern Chippewa, etc. But we have statewide authority. So a conservation warden, say, you cover Eastern Eau Claire County, excuse me, frog in my throat. You cover Eastern Eau Claire County, we still patrol into Clark, into Chippewa, into Jackson. We work with our neighboring wardens. We work as a team. So we get to see a lot of area. And then, in my role, I make a point to get out and work around. So like I'll be down in Jackson County the opening day and get to see different areas. We were just talking about elk and stuff and hoping to see some elk, not shot illegally,
right? But
just running around, stuff like that. So
right. Kind of a question I wanted to bring up too, because somebody was actually asking me earlier this morning, because it was one of our fellow DJs. They're asking if Hudson was going to come up. My 8-year-old was going to, and he is going to sit with me opening morning. Going to sit for a few hours and such. So, and they're like, well, is he gonna shoot anything? Can he shoot anything? With the age, and I'm like, no. First of all, I don't want.
That's a parent decision.
Yeah. But that has changed. I mean, from when we were younger, right?
Yes.
I mean, because it was. I remember 12, like 11. I sat with family. Bow, it was earlier. I would sit in a tree stand, but for rifle, I would sit with them. But then it was like 12 years old. But that has changed over the last few years a little bit.
When I first got hired, when I was teaching my first hunter safeties, I remember it was 10. 10, because I'd always ask kids, who's 10 or 11? You got to be you got to be with your parents or a guardian. Who's 12 or 13? You got to be accompanied, yada yada. So it was 10, and then a few years ago they removed the age restriction basically. So hypothetically, a 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1-year-old could go out and dump a deer if they want. Now, like you just said, it all comes down to the parents and their opinion on if their son or daughter is ready for it. So that's first and foremost, like it's a parent's decision, and we want everyone to be safe, and we also want the kids to enjoy it and be ready and be mature enough to handle, killing an animal, because whether you're 5 or 55, it can be an emotional process harvesting an animal.
Yep.
And then not only, are they mature ready, but physically they're ready. You can't pull the trigger for your 1-year-old. You can't do all that kind of stuff. So, we do see people under 10 harvest deer legally, and they're ready and do it. But I think a lot of parents, wait for that 8, mostly still 10, 12-year-old age where they're getting into hunter safety and they're harvesting their first deer or turkey or whatever.
Right. So is there that, because I was looking at the regulations, because I was kind of curious too. Like, so like an 8-year-old, can they go with an adult essentially? And then, but when they have to reach, is it 10 or 11, they have to go to hunter safety then?
Yeah.
Correct?
So if you're 11 or under, even if you have hunter safety, you have to be within arm's reach of a guardian. Doesn't matter if you have it or not. If you're 11 or under, you have to be within arm's reach. So, that's sitting in the same blind, sitting in the same tree stand. It's not sitting across the field from each other. It's arm's reach, whether you have it or not. When you're 12 or 13, again, even with hunter safety, you have to be accompanied, which means you got to be in voice or visual contact. So, you could sit a little bit further, sit in separate tree stands or something like that, but still you got to be right there with them for the most part. You're involved in the hunt with them. Once someone turns 14 and has hunter safety, at that age they're allowed to go out and hunt on their own. So as a parent, you could drop them off, or if you own a 40 or whatever, even a couple acres, they could walk out back and go hunting on their own. But yeah, there's still that requirement for a guardian to be there if you're under 13 in some facet.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Hudson was like, well, Dad, because he thinks now, he's like, well, can I try shoot? If I miss 3 times, then can you shoot it? I'm like, it's not going to work out that way.
Yeah.
But he's the thing, like, too, he's never seen, like what you were just mentioning, he sat with me for a little bit last year, but he hasn't seen a deer get harvested yet.
Right.
So I kind of want to expose him to that before, really jumping into that, because that's going to be different for him.
Yeah. Every parent does it different. I got a 5 and 3-year-old, and, my oldest, my son, he's getting to the point where he's starting to get it, and we're going to start working through that, but it's going to be progression. It's going to be starting with squirrel, mice and squirrels at home, up to this, up to a turkey, up to me bringing a deer sitting with them. By the time he's pulling a trigger, he's going to have a lot of sit time and understanding and discussions.
Right.
We're not just going to go out and start blasting deer and see how he responds. We're going to work through that first.
So let's talk little tags, because we have a couple people chiming in with tags and such. Is there a deadline to purchase your rifle tag before you head out to the woods? Can you purchase it the same day before you go hunting?
Yes, no waiting period. You can purchase it the day of. The key is that you have to buy it before you go hunting. So where we see a lot of people getting jammed up, whether they're trying to save $24 or they forget, is that they forget to buy it prior to going out, and then they get out of the woods and need to register a deer and go, oh no. So if you do make a mistake, please call the DNR, self-report on our tip line, or just call your local conservation warden. All of our phone numbers are public, because we always say, if you call us, we can work through stuff a lot more, or we can work through an issue, especially if it's you forgot to buy your license, but your intent was to have it, or you forgot to register a deer by 5 p.m. the day after harvest. Call us. If we have to come to you and knock on your door, the discretion changes and the enforcement action changes. So you can buy it, and just double check. I mean, I know we're going to talk about it at some point. So just if you're sitting up at deer camp already, like John, which lucky guy.
Yeah.
If you're at work and you're scrolling through Go Wild, just double check that you got your licenses. Make sure you have your doe tags pulled, or that you have antlerless tags for where you're hunting, and get that all done. So at 4 a.m. on Saturday, you're not trying to get service in a weird part of your woods to buy a license.
Right. Well, with that too, we have another texter. What's the deadline to register your deer? I'm in an area that doesn't have the greatest cell reception. Is there a little bit of a grace period? Is it something you have to register right away?
Yeah, so 5 p.m. the day after harvest, or a way to look at it is 5 p.m. the day after recovery. So in the regulations, it says 5 p.m. the day after harvest, which is a law, which is accurate. I just say recovery because harvest can be considered recovery as well, because a lot of us will, especially if you arrow a buck in the evening, you're going to let it sit. And same thing might be with gun season. If you see that you shot a deer further back than you wanted, it's not dying, it's walking away, you want to let it sit through the night, that's fine. You collect it right away the next morning. You have 5 p.m. the day after that recovery, 5 p.m. the day after that harvest to get it. So you shoot it Saturday, you collect it Saturday, you have till 5 p.m. Sunday. You shoot it Saturday night, pick it up Sunday morning right away in the morning, then you have till Monday at 5. So it's always 5 p.m. the day after you get your hands on the deer. There's no grace period because of service, or if you don't have access to a telephone or the internet. It applies, and the Amish know this, and other religious people know this, or whoever doesn't, have phone access or whatever. People know this, that there's always ways to do it. There's neighbors, there's businesses, there's DNR service centers. Well, they're not open on the weekend, I guess, but they're open Monday. So there's opportunity to get in there and get it registered.
Because, it wasn't that long ago we had to hop into vehicles and go register them anyway.
Yeah, so if you don't have phone service, it's kind of similar. Either way, you're going to drive to town to get service or to register your deer. So I've talked with many hunters who have said that before, and I said, part of the tradition is working in how to register it now. Whether that's just do it right at camp right away before you process them, or if you say you're hunting up somewhere in the middle of nowhere up north, heck, if you got to drive all the way to Superior or Duluth to register it, you can get there within 24 hours or within 5 p.m. the day after. It might not be as convenient as others, but you'll get service up there.
Oh, yeah. Another texter with a question saying, hey, guys, when I register a deer online, I get the confirmation number. Is that something that I should print off? Can I screenshot it? And how long should I hold on to that confirmation number?
Yeah, that's a great question. So back in the day, you had to hold on to that confirmation number with the meat or deer until it was gone. There is no legal requirement to hold it anymore. I do encourage people to either screenshot it on your phone, or if you do using the paper tags, to just write it down next to your paper tag so that one is filled, because it doesn't magically pop up on your paper tags.
Right.
You can throw those tags away at that point. Or do whatever. But what I've always encouraged is to keep it like the old way, where you keep that tag with the meat until you've eaten it or got rid of it, donated it, gifted it, whatever. That way, it's registered, and for whatever reason, a game warden shows up to your door and is like, hey, we just got to talk about some things, hoping you can help me just figure this out. You can be like, yep, here it is. I got it registered right the same day. Here's the tag. Here's the meat. Good to go. There's plenty of times where we show up and people are able to help corroborate information that was inaccurately reported to us, or whatever, or a weird records glitch. Well, not a glitch. We don't really have glitches, but just weird records things that you can help corroborate a legal hunt by just writing that down.
Right.
But there's no statutory requirement.
Okay. Another question, deer drives. Says, this is from Jeff. Jeff says, good morning, guys. When it comes to deer drives, does everybody that is involved in a deer drive have to have a license, even if they're not hunting or carrying a firearm?
Great question. I'll address that second part of that right away. So if you're just walking through the woods, you're not hunting, you're not, carrying the rifle, you're not planning on using any of your tags or anything like that, you don't have to have a license. You can just walk through the woods. If you are participating in any sort of the hunting or the registering or licensing or anything at that point, you do need to have a license. I was actually reading it this morning because I've got a lot of questions about it this year, and I've completed a few investigations on it this year when it comes to group deer hunting. And it lays it out pretty well in our regulations, actually. It's almost a full page explaining the group hunting law, what you can do, what you can't do, how to do it, how not to do it, and how maybe if you go down a gully and you can't see a guy for a minute, but then you can both pop out, how that's acceptable. So it even shows a little discretion in there where it's not super black and white or hard. But at the end of the day, someone can walk through, but I would encourage you, if you think you're going to hunt at all, just to buy a license. Again, it's only $24.
Right.
Anyone group deer hunting does have to have, it can only happen during firearm seasons, everyone hunting has to have licenses. Everyone hunting has to have a firearm and be participating. So, someone can't just sit at the car with a firearm, wait for the drive to get done, and register all the deer. Doesn't work. You got to be out there participating. Someone can't be sitting in their house, and then you bring the deer to their house and you register it for group deer hunting. That doesn't count. You can't do it during the archery season. You can't shoot a doe in October and then register it on someone else's account, even if they're sitting with you. Not allowed. It's only in firearm season. So it's really important that this group deer hunting stuff is that everyone's out there. You have all the appropriate tags to legally harvest deer. Everyone has licenses and everyone has guns. If someone brings a crossbow, they can walk with you, but you can't share tags with them or anything like that because they don't have a firearm. They could shoot their own deer on the drive, registered on their own account. That's fine, but they can't participate in the group hunting law because it's not a firearm.
Gotcha. Interesting. This other texter comes in here too, says, and I feel like we talked about this one a couple years ago, but I've seen this before too. It says, is this legal? I've seen people do this before. This is from another Jake, by the way.
Plenty of us out there.
Right? Another Jake says, I've seen people do this before. Is it even legal to see people combining corn and people set up like they're doing a drive? I'm assuming they're waiting to see if they kick out any deer from when farmers are combining corn.
If they're purposely using the combine to run deer out, then no, that's not legal because you can't use a vehicle. You can't use an aircraft. You can't use any of that. You can't harass the animal, stuff like that's all illegal. Now, this happens every gun deer season where I hunt. If the neighbor starts combining, normal agricultural practice, and he throws some deer that run onto my property and I shoot them, that's nothing that I can control. Like that's just normal agricultural practice. It just so happened the deer ran my way and I shot him. Like I didn't work with him on it. We didn't set up a plan. I didn't say, hey neighbor, you run that field. I'm going to be sitting at the edge. I'll shoot one. Can't do that. But if it just happens, so be's it. But same with like farmers. Like you can't shoot deer from any sort of motor vehicle. It includes tractors, stuff like that. So wardens definitely make plenty of cases every year where someone's on a tractor.
I've seen somebody standing on a combine while somebody's driving it going through corn, waiting for something to pop up.
Yeah, that you're gonna lose your gun and your hunting privileges when we catch you doing that. So can't be doing that. Can't use the vehicle as like a mode of harassing the deer or doing the deer drive. But if you're just happen to be sitting there, legal. You can't control that.
Gotcha. Tell you what, let's take a quick break. More questions coming in here. Text them on over 715-830-1912. We'll take a really quick break here, and we'll be back after these quick words. Jake Boakes continuing answering your questions with the opener coming up just a couple days this Saturday. Weather-wise, I mean, it's going to be like a tale of two different seasons, I feel like. It's going to be warm this weekend and then like frigid cold the next weekend, they're saying.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
It
looks like it's getting more and more mild every time you check the weather for the weekend. 50 or 50 plus in some areas for deer hunting is pretty nice.
Yeah. Chris from Altoona has a question. Is there a minimum amount of land that you need to own to be able to deer hunt?
No. So you can deer hunt on your 0.2 acre city house property if you want. The DNR doesn't restrict like where you can hunt, except for like discharging a rifle or a firearm within 100 yards of a dwelling and, some refuges and little stuff like that. But for the most part, like whether it's public, private, whether it's 0.1 acre or 1,000 acres, you can hunt it. It just comes down to like the other things. Like, do you have permission to be there? Is there a city ordinance where you have to be like hunting in a tree or have permission from all the neighbors, stuff like that? So you can hunt. I see lots of deer get harvested on little home parcels here in town. A lot of those guys just take the time, guys and gals, take the time just to talk with the neighbors and be like, hey, just so you know, I'm going to sit out here and try to harvest a deer. It'll likely run across the property line. Are you okay with that? And most people are okay with it, especially in these tighter areas, because these deer just do a damage on gardens and flowers and homes and get hit by cars. So most people don't usually have an issue with it.
So within the city, is that like a city ordinance though too? Because, I got a big one apparently. My neighbor sent me a picture and I'm like, dang it.
So the city, like all cities have to allow bow hunting. There's an act from like 2014 or something that basically says that ordinances can't be more restrictive than state law unless there is a safety aspect of it. So, shooting a 30-06 on downtown Eau Claire, there's a safety aspect.
Yep.
But sitting up in a tree stand, aiming down on the ground using archery equipment, that isn't as much of a safety concern. So the city allows it and the state allows it. It's just there's the state regulations, got to have a license, can't bait, yada yada.
Right.
The city has a few more of their ordinances just to help make sure it's controlled a little bit and safe. So have to be shooting from an elevated position. It's basically that and follow all the state rules.
Right.
So it's pretty open. And like I said, I talk with plenty of hunters and plenty of hunters that are successful here right in the city with nice bucks, does, whatever they want.
Yeah, because I think even a couple weeks ago, somebody was sending me pictures of like just walking downtown Eau Claire, Mondovi, these big antlered. Well,
they're smart. They know where they're pressured. They know where they're safe. And I always think it's crazy, like the ducks on the Mississippi River, like they know that refuge line. I hunt down there, and those ducks literally swim next to a sign in the middle of the river, and they know as long as I'm on this side of the sign, they won't shoot me. And I'm just always like, how do they know that? And because they figure it out, they know where they're not pressured. And same with these deer, and that's why they're all coming to the city. We don't shoot them because it's hard. Can't use guns. You don't want to hunt, in your backyard, stuff like that. So they thrive.
Right. Yeah. It was my neighbor, I think, was it last Friday? He sent me the picture. He's like, yep, walking just past during the day while I'm here down the road, right into the empty lot next to me. Just this nice buck. And I'm like, son of a gun.
I know. It's crazy. Yeah, I know. We all drive hours and put money and food in this and that. And then you wake up one morning during the middle of gun deer season, there's a nice 8-pointer just standing out your window and you're like, come on.
Yep. I still tell this story. It was a couple years ago. I think I even told you coming to work at like 4 a.m. Just this monster. Where was it running? In your parking lot, the DNR parking lot towards the river. So
there's crazy how many animals are back there. Actually, it's kind of funny when I sit back there, do paperwork. Some days there's turkeys that are always walking around. There's deer, there's coons, there's everything.
Man,
just hanging around.
That's unreal.
Safe in the DNR parking lot.
Another question from Brandon saying, is there any restrictions on any type of firearms when it comes to rifle season? Can I use a shotgun? Can you use a 44 handgun? Is there any type of restrictions when it comes to that?
There are some rules. For the most part, during the firearm season, most firearms are legal. You can use muzzle loaders, you can use handguns, you can use rifles and shotguns. Where there's some restrictions are on the shot size or your type of ammo. So if you go into the regulations, it's like one of the first pages that has all like the general hunting rules. It talks about the ammunition, and it tells you what you can use, what you can't use. A big part of the rules that were changed a few years ago is they talk about reasonable equipment. They talk about how there's not like a line where you can't use anything smaller than a 22.
Okay.
They talk about you have to use something that will reasonably reduce that animal to your possession. So like we could say that clearly like a 22 will kill a rabbit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they will kill deer. We see it all the time. Is it reasonable to be using it? I don't know. That's up to the situation and kind of the discretion of the warden. But obviously like a 22 wouldn't be reasonable for an elk.
Right.
So there's no like hard, fast line on it. I think the point of it, again, the DNR doesn't necessarily make these rules. It's like the legislators. But I think the point of it was to open it up to offer hunters more opportunity to use different type of shot because of all the advancements with, smaller caliber stuff having more stopping power and different stuff like that. So I think the intent is to open it up to use more options, but it has to be reasonable. Like if you come out to me with you shoot a deer at 200 yards with like a 17 whatever, I don't know if that's going to be reasonable.
Right.
If you're wounding deer everywhere, you're wounding animals, that's not going to be reasonable. You're going to get cited.
Mm-hmm.
But you go out, you go out with your 30-06 or whatever, shoot deer, shoot elk, whatever. So I guess I haven't plugged it this time yet. I've definitely mentioned it, but the regulations are your friend.
Mm-hmm.
It can be daunting maybe at first because you're like, oh, look at all this information, but it has everything in there, and they've really opened it to like real talk. It's not just like these short snippets. They really just kind of put the information in as you want to read it, as it's described. So it'll give you not like an opinion, but it's going to elaborate. It's not just going to say reasonable equipment, anything used to shoot a deer, or that will kill a deer. It'll kind of explain different stuff. So I really, really encourage people, because I'm seeing it more and more and more, because I ask people, like, why did this happen? In enforcement contacts or when I'm taking someone's deer, I'm like, why did this happen? What happened? How did we get to this point? And most people will admit that it's been a long time since they've opened the regulations and actually read through it. And there's a lot of really good information in here. I go through it all the time, and obviously it's my job. But even when I'm personally hunting, or like when I'm personally hunting in Minnesota, I sit down with the regulations and I read through it, because you learn stuff, see stuff that you might not normally think about. So I would definitely dig through that in the next couple of days.
Good stuff. Question going back to land. This is from Tim. Tim asks, morning, guys. Is there any rules about how far away or how close two different hunters can be from each other? For example, property lines. Is there a rule or a guideline that hunters should be a certain amount of distance away from each other if they're both on private land?
The only rule that comes with hunting or firearms discharging or anything like that is that a hunter cannot discharge a weapon or a firearm within 100 yards of a dwelling. So that's a building devoted to human occupancy. It's not like a shed or anything like that.
Okay.
It's a hunter, or someone, doesn't even have to be a hunter. A person cannot discharge a weapon within 100 yards of a dwelling, so a home. If you're on your own property, that rule doesn't apply. Like as a landowner, you have the right to discharge that firearm anywhere on your land. Doesn't matter how close the property lines are.
Okay.
So we see this a lot in like country setting where people can shoot firearms. There's no ordinance, stuff like that, where someone will shoot a firearm, a rifle off their deck, and they might be within 100 yards of their neighbor. As long as that's the landowner shooting, there's no violation. So hypothetically, to kind of answer this question, if both people are standing on the property line 2 feet away from each other but facing different directions, there's nothing illegal about that.
Okay.
Everyone can hunt up to their property line or wherever they have permission to be, and there's no distance requirement from one hunter to another. Like same with private land, property lines, or even public land. If you're sitting in a tree stand or sitting on the ground on public land and someone comes up to you and sits 10 feet away and says, I love this spot too. I'll aim that way, you aim that way. There's legally nothing wrong with it. Now, ethically, morally, there's maybe some sportsman issues.
Yep.
Someone's going to be pissed off, no doubt.
Yep.
But There's nothing illegal about it. So like we couldn't come in and say, no, you have to move 50 yards. No, you have to be this. So to answer that question is no, there's really no requirements except for like if you're on public land or if you're on the lands of another, you can't discharge a rifle within 100 yards of a dwelling.
I wonder if, I don't know if this is what the text was kind of referring to, but you see it a lot. I'm sure you run into it a lot too. You know, that like I've seen people like complain that, well, that guy's like got to stand right on that border. So I don't know if that's what they were kind of referring to or not, but
and I'm sure it's a very common complaint. Whether you like it or not, if someone's hunting on their land, shooting on their land, even if it's 20 feet from your stand or they have 40 other acres, why do they hunt the property line? I understand the sentiment, but there's nothing illegal about it. You know, again, there might be some sportsmanship conversations that could be had, but legally, the DNR can't come and say, you can't hunt that property line because you have nice 40 woods over there. Why are you hunting this? Like, we can't do anything about that, you know?
Right.
So a lot of it comes down to being respectful, creating and maintaining those neighbor relationships, hunter relationships, and again, being respectful of each other so you can all experience a fun hunt. But I've seen some pretty nasty neighbor arguments, which can be really hard to deal with.
Is that one of your, when it comes to this time of season and this weekend, would you say that's maybe the biggest thing or the most popular thing you maybe run into? What is the hunter disagreement or anything like that? Or
in our job, it's not the most common thing, but I would say this is the most common time of year to deal with or to get calls on it. It seems like most people don't care about landowner disputes during the summertime when there's not much going on, or even during turkey stuff. You don't see too many landowner issues. But when it comes to deer season, you know, everyone's going to their spot, their land. They've waited all year for this. And then all of a sudden they get up to their tree stand and they see someone in orange on the neighbor property 30 yards away. That's where people start getting upset. And it's at the end of the day, you all own private property and you're all allowed to be there and to do it. And, you know, how you figure that out is up to you guys. But I've always encouraged figure a way out or figure it out, because it's always worse when you fight. Like, I've sat through enough of these to know that if you fight with your neighbor, it's only going to get worse for both of you. It's never going to get better. If someone can figure a way to mend the relationship, you have a better chance of having just a more positive experience overall on your private property if you can find a way to figure it out.
Question that just popped in my mind because I did my tradition of watching Escanaba in the moonlight before every opener. And the scene where they're trying to get Ruben to set up a blind next to I-95 or I-35 or something like that. How far away from the road do you have to be?
50 feet from the road center.
Okay.
So there is one blind on 29 going eastbound.
I know which one you're talking about, I think, too.
If that guy's listening, it's legal, but it's darn close. I mean, I guess you don't have to worry about being quiet in your stand because the semis will do that for you. But it's 50 feet from the road center for hunting and for discharging firearms. So, you know, so those are two different things, and it's important two different things, because you can hunt without discharging your firearm and be in violation. So when people do group deer hunts, and it doesn't have to be a paved road. Gravel roads count too. We just go to the middle of it and put down our tape measure and measure from the middle of the gravel road. When you're doing like deer drives and stuff, you can't walk through the ditch line just because the woods are thick and you want to shoot the deer when it runs out of the woods next to the road. You got to be 50 feet in, and most of the time 50 feet in is mean you're walking through those saplings if it's a clear cut, or you're walking through like the forest. Like, it stinks. It's not going to help you, but it's the law. So, and then same for discharging. So you can't hunt within 50 feet, and you can't discharge a firearm or crossbow, bow, whatever, within 50 feet of that road center. And we've done many investigations and contact many people where, you know, you can see their foot tracks in the snow. You can find the shotgun shell. You can find whatever, the rifle casing. And they're like, oh, I'm more than 50 feet. I'm like, well, here it is. They're like, yep, that's it. And it's like 22 feet away. Like, it's like go down the ditch, come up the ditch, and then walk another, 10 paces, 20 paces, because that's 50 feet.
Right. Another question coming in from Mark. Mark asks, apologies if you guys addressed this a little bit earlier, but is it legal to say, or for this to happen, if my buddy shoots a deer, but I tag it for him, is that legal?
Potentially. So
Okay.
it goes back to that like group deer hunting is like, are you both hunting at the same time on the same property within voice or visual contact? Do you both have licenses? Is it a buck and one of you have a buck tag? Is it a doe and do you have the proper doe tags for that zone on private property or public property, stuff like that? So yeah, so like the group hunting is allowed. Like there's definitely times where I could shoot a deer and my brother could register it. But all those requirements have to be fulfilled, which means you're out there, got the licenses, got the guns, have the tags, all that kind of stuff.
So let me throw out a scenario. Just, I don't know if this is the person, but say I'm hunting. I already tagged out on my buck.
Right.
But my buddy's hunting with me, same property, and I shoot a buck again.
Yep.
Can he tag that?
He can if he's within voice or visual and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, so that's where like that group hunting works, where if like you're tagged out, then you can still shoot a deer for someone else, but you got to follow all those requirements. And it's not that many, but it's more than a couple. I say this at hunter safety classes for the youth, and I've been saying it more and more in the public. Like when I'm talking with hunters, we have the hunter. Why am I blanking? What are we talking about? The hunter group hunting law.
Group hunting, yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. The group hunting law, but I really encourage everyone, if you're going to go hunting, have your own tags and know that what you shoot, you're going to register. You can register and still gift it to someone. You can register and still donate it to someone. But where I'm seeing a lot of people that are either accidentally violating or just straight up violating is that they're just going out shooting deer and then just registering it on whatever tag they have in whatever zone they have on whoever they have, whether they're hunting or not. They just aren't taking that accountability. So I've just really encouraged, like, you won't get yourself in trouble if you know you have the correct doe tags and a buck tag. You shoot that animal, you register it.
Right.
You're not going to get in trouble then. And then you can still gift it to the family. You can still put it in the pile and cut it all up and share the meat, whatever. There's obviously the group hunting law. That's fine. Take advantage of it. But if you don't want to accidentally get yourself in trouble, just be accountable into your own hunting and what you're going to harvest.
Because I suppose there's also that situation too. It's like, okay, you hear, say you got one tag between you and your buddy, you hear him shoot. You don't know if he hit it or not.
Right.
And that deer comes through or another deer comes through. It's
There's
like,
a lot of circumstances where you could finish the deer drive with 2 does in the forest zone or DMU 201 now.
Yeah.
But only have 1 tag. And then what? What do you registered on one of the metro unit tags? That's very illegal. You have an illegal deer, and now you're providing incorrect information to the department, which is a huge citation. So, again, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying this. I'm just saying I see a lot of people that intentionally and unintentionally make mistakes when it comes to group deer hunting versus just shoot it, register it, and then either take it or give it to someone else.
Speaking of those units too, maybe just, I know we've hit it a couple times, in the last couple weeks, but this is the first year for rifle with these new units in this area. So probably just another good reminder for maybe if you haven't gotten your antlerless tags or such, to double check that map.
Double check the map. I got the rigs popped up here. Page 11. It's a full page, colored page that really lays out all of the counties and all the zones. So like, if you go to that page, and I'm looking at it online. So again, this is all online availability. Eastern Eau Claire County is now DMU, so Deer Management Unit number 201. And then Western Clark is 202, Jackson County 203, et cetera. And then all the way up in the north, it's all DMUs in that northern forest zone. And the map does a good job. It shows the road. So obviously the county lines are the county lines, but then for like Eau Claire County, Highway 27, that's the divider. And it says it right there, 27. If you go up north, I don't hunt in the north, but you can see, up in Price County, it's Highway H to D to number 8 to 102. So like it lays it out. So you should be able to know exactly where your hunting property is. Are you east or west to Highway 8 or north or south, and then, which tag do you need to pull and where do you need to register it? So you can't just take the Eau Claire Central Farmland or the Eau Claire Metro Unit and then use that to register your Fairchild deer because it's illegal.
Right. Rodney with a quick question. I don't know if it's going back to what we were just talking about, but ask, can we use walkie-talkies?
So you're not supposed to use any electronic any electronic stuff. You can have like your hearing aids in or whatnot.
Right.
But that's about it. And again, it actually lays out really good in the regulations. It talks about what you can and can't use, but yeah, you can't, right, it says right here, hunters and group hunting party may not use cell phones, special free radio communications, or other mechanical devices, so like walkie-talkies, to establish contact with the person who the deer is killed. It says right in here, except hearing aids. So if you need your hearing aids to hear someone through the woods, that's fine. You don't have to take your hearing aids out. But yeah, you can't use walkie-talkies or your phone or anything. It's voice or visual contact. So if it's not visual, you got to be able to hear your hunting partners.
So can't text or get on the walkie-talkie and say, "Hey, Bubba, big one coming towards you."
Right.
Kind of give a gameplay like heads up.
Yeah,
Can't do
you
that.
can't use them for hunting. You can't use them for like, hey, I got a doe over here or whatever. If you're doing group deer hunting, you got to be within that visual or voice contact. So that's really
a good
important.
note. I think maybe not a lot of people realize that part. So.
Yeah. So the whole I think the whole intent of this, and this law is older than me.
Yeah.
But the whole intent is that you're lined up. You can look down to your right, you can look down to your left, and you're going to see the hunters, and you're probably going to see what you're shooting. Obviously, the woods get thick. I've done tons of deer drives. But you're going to know when someone's shot. The group's probably going to stop. You should have that conversation. Someone shoots a deer. Oh, got one. It's a doe. Bob. Billy's going to register it. All right, we still got, have that communication. We still got one more doe tag. We still got 2 buck tags, whatever. Or nope, we're done. We shot 2 on that drive. We're done. Move it. So that communication, that visual contact, that voice contact, that all needs to be in play.
So what if you're in tree stands? Is it different then? Like if you're in a tree stand and like 200 yards away, I'm in a tree stand.
It still works if you can see each other and everything.
Okay. Like you still can't use a walkie-talkie
right.
if you're like you're not doing drives, but you're in a stand.
Yeah. Like most people do the group hunting when you're driving, so that's kind of what it goes down to. But it's still, if you're going to group hunt and you're going to sit in stands, same thing has to occur. You got to be within voice or visual contact, and have the same communication. If someone shoots one, get down, go talk with them. What do we got? Da 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 da. That way, you're not overfilling your tags or shooting something you can't. Stuff like that.
Gotcha. All right. Let's take a quick break, but we'll be back with more. Our final segment coming up. So last call for any questions for Mr. Jake. Send those on over. Text us 715-830-1912. We'll be back after these quick words. Got about 8 minutes left here until the top of the hour. And we've got a couple texts to hit up right away, a couple of new texters, so appreciate that. Ted in Eau Claire says, can you text each other while hunting? To kind of go back to the communication aspect of it.
So you can definitely text and play games and look at your cameras while you're out there. Again, the whole like walkie-talkie phone thing isn't so much like you can't have them in the woods carte blanche. You can obviously have it be on Facebook, do fantasy football, but you just can't use it as like a, hey, I just shot this doe, come over here and help me. You know, we're going to use this as you're going to register it for me. Again, like if you shoot an animal and you're going to register it and you text your hunting partners, hey, I shot a deer, you want to come help me gut it and drag it out, fine. But if you say like you're 200 acres away from each other and you say, hey, I just shot this doe, I'm going to have you register it so I can keep hunting or whatever, then that doesn't fulfill like the requirement of being within voice visual contact. Like that doesn't fill it. So you can't use it for like saying, I shot this, I want you to register it.
Gotcha.
That's where it makes it like illegal. It's like that communication about that I shot this, you're going to register it.
Right.
If you're going to, again, goes back to like, if you're going to register your own deer, there's no problems. Like you're just hunting, you're just talking, that's fine.
Right.
So
like 12-year-old Johnny's sitting with his dad and dad texts his grandpa saying, hey, Johnny just got his first deer. That's fine. Or
totally
something.
fine.
Yep.
But if you say Johnny shot his first deer, come out from the couch and tag it for him,
then
we're going to put it on your account, then it's like, no. Can't do that.
Exactly. So that's a good one.
I do a lot of fantasy football in my stand.
I do a lot of like, all right, who's on Facebook posting deer already? Because I didn't get anything.
Yeah, right.
So got a couple more texts here to get to. I'm not sure if you covered this yet, but if a person has a felony and comes out hunting during gun season with a crossbow and has both an archery and gun tag and harvests a deer during gun season, which tag does that person have to use to tag the deer with, the gun tag or the archery tag?
So the answer to that would be they could utilize both of them, either one. So in Wisconsin, we have something called the lesser weapons rule. So whether you're a felon or not, if you want to fill your gun buck tag with archery equipment, that is allowable. It's 100% legal because it's a lesser weapon than a rifle. So you could go out opening day, in this case, say you're a felon with archery equipment, and you could fill your buck tag for your gun and then come back the next day and fill your buck tag for your bow, your archery equipment. So you can do both. It doesn't work the other way around though. It's the lesser weapon rule doesn't allow you to use a rifle to fill your archery tag in October or in September. We all know that. I just say it to say it. It's one way. So you could definitely use it. Now, again, to go back to the group hunting thing, they couldn't come out with the crossbow and then participate in the group deer hunting because they're not using a firearm.
I actually got two more really quick ones.
I'm in no rush. I know you might have other stuff to do, but
I got 5 minutes.
I talk hunting all day, every day.
I don't know when this one came on, so it might have been a little bit on Facebook, but Brad wants to know, can you explain the difference quickly between youth hunting for ages 12 to 14 and mentor for ages 11 and younger?
Yes. So when it comes to hunting, it's more like, so there's the youth hunt, which is, people 15 or younger can hunt during one weekend and it's firearm, whatever. When it comes to like that age stuff, there's not a huge, like the question tries to divide like youth versus mentored. But at the end of the day, it's more like, what is your age? Are you 10 or 11? Are you 12 or 13? Or are you a 14 plus? And then do you have hunter safety or not? So if you're 14 and older with hunter safety, you can hunt on your own. But if you don't have hunter safety and you're 14 or over, you have to have a mentored license because you don't have hunter safety. And then you still have to hunt with somebody, a guardian, with, being within arm's reach. So a lot of it doesn't have to come down to so much as like the age as much as it is, do you have hunter safety or not? When you're 12 or 13, it just means you don't have to be within arm's reach. You can be a little bit further away. So if you have a mentored license, it means you don't have hunter safety, and it means that you need to hunt within arm's reach of a guardian, whatever that is. your father, your mother, your grandparents, your brother, if they're over 18, doesn't matter. But it's a little bit of a complicated question just to like hit all the different specifics here and, you know, this little answer. So anyone's always welcome to call me or the DNR and we can answer that. But also it does lay it out really well in the regulations. Like if you don't have hunter safety and you need a mentor license, what you have to do. It also lays it out like if you're 10 or 11 with it or without it, this is what you can do. 12 or 13 with it or without it, this is what you have to do. 14. So it's a great question. Hopefully if you're hunting between 10 and 14 anyways, you've worked on getting your hunter safety, you're going to get it, and you're with a guardian, even if you are up to par. You know, hopefully we don't have any 11-year-olds that parents are just kicking them out the door and say, go. Because one, it's not legal, but two, it's probably just not ready for them.
Right.
So just I would just focus on that and then just read the regs and call your local warden if you're having trouble deciphering them or figuring them out.
Well, this is the perfect last question, I think, for the last couple of minutes. This is from Dan in River Falls. First, he says, thanks for doing this show, Jake and Dan. Could you describe how to become a game warden and what are the requirements? Maybe give some examples of how people have become game wardens.
Yeah, that's a great question. People become game wardens a lot of different ways. There's no like specific way you have to. I think back in the day, you know, everyone's like, you got to go to UWSP, got to go to Stevens Point. That is, and I went there and it was a great, and I mean, that's what I was told. So I did it. You know, I started my college in Minnesota and ended at UWSP because that's what every warden said, go there. It's a great school. Like it's a college, it's a natural resource first type of school. So like, if you want to be a game warden, you're probably interested in the outdoors, and it just facilitates to that. But the requirements aren't very intensive. You know, you need to have 60 college credits, which you can actually earn after you get hired if you're selected. You just have to be over 21. There's a lot of stuff that you can find on our website. I guess I'll plug that really quick. If you go to the DNR website, you go to the warden page. Our recruiting page is actually really good. They've done a lot of good work with it. It explains everything you need, everything you could have, should have. It explains a day in the life of a warden, sets you up with people that you can do ride-along, stuff like that. But anyways, it's the same route as any other law enforcement. You have to get your 720 police academy, so your Department of Justice, DOJ training. You go through school, whether it's at a tech school like CVTC here. I went through Mid-State in Wisconsin Rapids, and then you get hired, and then you finish those schools, and then you can pick, like, do you want to be a warden? Do you want to be a trooper? Do you want to be, Claire PD, whatever? So we all have the same training, the same background, the same everything, just like if you went to business school or whatever. It's just you select where you want to go at the end. So you can also get hired as a game warden without having that, and we'll put you through it. The DNR every spring, we run, like I just found out yesterday, we have 10 new wardens. They haven't been named yet. They haven't shared the names with yet, but they'll start the academy first week in January, and we put them through that DOJ 720-hour academy all the way through June. Then they train on FTO field training for 6 months. So they do a full year training before they even hit the field. So lots of different ways to do it. If you are interested or you have a family member that's interested, I really encourage you to go to that recruiting website, start there, make some contacts there, or just reach out to your local wardens. We do ride-alongs. I got a couple scheduled for not next week, but the week after and stuff like that.
I'm going to have to sign up for that for you.
Dude, I'd love to take you out.
That's awesome.
It's a lot of fun. And I got a couple college kids right here in town that are interested that I'm going to take out. And it's a really good way to get in the truck and see what a day is like and see if it's the right career or not.
Absolutely. I know a guy really quick, because I know I'm over time here quick, but I know somebody I graduated high school and college with, accounting degree. He just switched gear, and he's now a game warden, started up. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of people go right to college, get the job, and get hired and want to come in. But we have people that went to school for wildlife. We have people that there was one guy that was like a banker for 25 years, got hired. We trained him. He's a great warden.
Yep.
Lots of people with previous military and previous law enforcement. There's a newer warden to this area that will be stationed next month, and he has a full career already with Chippewa Falls PD. Great guy. Can't wait to have them out here. So lots of different ways to get in. It's just like we will hire the right people that want to do the job.
Awesome.
That's what we're looking for.
Jake, appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Be safe out there this weekend.
Yeah.
And again, as everybody said, thanks for stopping by and hanging out with us for a little bit. So
thank you. I appreciate it. You be safe, and all the listeners have fun. It's a really fun weekend. So good luck.
Absolutely.
Be safe.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. We got 3 in, 1 more to go. We'll kick it off. We're going to talk some fantasy football with Mr. Eric Balkman. He'll be joining us here, and we'll have a whole lot more in this final hour. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. It is the final hour on this busy Thursday morning. A big thanks for hanging out with us. And a big thanks to all of you for sending in those messages for Jake in that previous hour. If you missed any portion of that conversation, we will put it up in podcast form, so it'd be a good listen maybe as you're heading to deer camp and such this weekend. It is Thursday, though. As we kick off this final hour, we're going to switch gears, and we're going to talk a little fantasy football this morning. Let's bring in our guy, Mr. Eric Balkman. Eric, good morning, sir. How you doing, bud? Oh, wrong one. Hold on. There we go. Wrong. See, new board, man. I'm getting used to it. I'm like a rookie over here. So how you doing, bud?
I have been running the same board at my radio station for years, and I still screw stuff up all the time. So there's no shame in that at all, because I cannot run a board to save my life.
Right, especially when you have to do like everything yourself, the phone calls and running, and then it's like, oh my gosh, it's like panic time, dude. So, but how you doing, man? Good to have you on again this morning.
Yeah, we're excited. We're into week 12 here. A precious few weeks remain in the fantasy football season. Everybody's getting amped up for the playoffs. And I always say this, I might have said this last week too. Every single week gets more and more amplified for how important it is to try to win a fantasy championship. And there's more pressure on you to get these, waiver decisions right, lineup decisions right, because you don't want to be regretting, starting such and such over such and such, and it costs you your season. But that's the time of the year we're in right now.
Yeah, no kidding. And this kind of goes to Brandon from New Auburn with a question. He says, I'm lost on who to start at wide receiver this week. I need 2, maybe 1 in the flex. Nico, Watson, A.J. Brown, Chris Olave, or Pittman Jr.
Okay. Collins is a must tonight against the Bills. I know that A.J. Brown has kind of been up and down this year as far as, getting targets and getting thrown to. I think he only caught 4 of like 11 targets or something like that last week. It was a crazy low percentage. I'm still rolling with him. I don't trust Christian Watson in that Packers offense. He could easily put up a 2 for 20 or a 5 for 130 and 2 touchdowns. So I don't like that kind of variance when you have some of these other guys. So I think I feel really good about your top 2 in Brown and Collins. And honestly, Michael Pittman, not the easiest matchup against the Chiefs, but he's been being utilized quite a bit. Full PPR leagues, I think he's your flex play there.
We got Chris with a question. I think this is probably I was actually going to ask this for you, but he said, is Emmanuel Wilson a must start this week if Josh Jacobs doesn't go?
Not a must start, no, but I think he's a good start. Minnesota's defense has been top 3rd in the league as far as fantasy points given up to running backs. And while I think he's going to get the lion's share of the touches in that backfield, I think there are better starts than him, including but not limited to guys like Aaron Jones, DeAndre Swift I would like better, Quinshon Judkins, Woody Marks tonight against the Bills, who just hemorrhage fantasy points to running backs. I like all those guys better than Emmanuel Wilson. So, yeah, I think he's a nice top 20 running back, borderline top 20 running back, but I would stop well short of saying he's must start.
Nathan with a message saying, hey, good morning, Eric. I got a quarterback question for you. If he's cleared from concussion protocol, should I start Jackson Dart? Or my other quarterback is Dak Prescott going up against the Eagles?
Ooh, yeah, and I don't like Prescott's matchup at all, with what the Eagles have been able to do against fantasy quarterbacks this season. Prescott's got a hip injury, which apparently, according to Brian Schottenheimer, is not serious. Prescott, he doesn't make his fantasy points with his legs, so I'm less concerned with the hip thing. Dart against Detroit's interesting, but I still think I'm going to go with Prescott, even on a short week with how white-hot CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens looked on Monday Night Football, and I understand it's a much tougher matchup, but I think I'm going to go with Prescott over Dart, even if Dart's cleared.
We've got Matt with a running back question. Should he go with Woody Marks from the Houston Texans this week or Williams from the Cowboys going up against the Eagles?
Yeah, it's Javonte Williams. I just got done saying how tough this matchup is against the Eagles, but Dallas has had one of the best offenses in the league, if not the best offense in the league over the course of the season. I think Woody Marks is a really good start tonight. It stinks that you can't play both because I think both are strong starts this week. But if you only have room in your starting lineup for one of them, I think you got to sit Marks and go with Javonte Williams.
I've got a tight end question. Loveland from the Chicago Bears or Hunter Henry? And this is from Jeff.
Ever playing the Bengals, especially when Joe Burrow gets back, you got to play him. The defense is terrible. The offense is really good. Even with Flacco, it's been pretty good. Hunter Henry's one of the better tight end plays of the week. I like him better than Jake Ferguson, Mark Andrews, players like that. Definitely better than Colston Loveland, who is still fighting for targets with Cole Kmet. I know Hunter Henry's dealing with Austin Hooper, but Henry's been more of like, not only has he been a good floor guy here, Dan, most of the year, I think there's some ceiling here against the Bengals this week.
Greg, with the quarterback question, should I start Jordan Love going up against the Vikings, or do I pull the trigger and go with Jacoby Brissett going up against the Jaguars?
Brissett for sure. I mean, assuming you don't have to cut Love to pick up Brissett, I think Brissett's the guy. I spent big on him in a couple of leagues in my waivers last night. I think that Kyler Murray has probably played his last down for the Cardinals and definitely his last down this season, given the way the Cardinals season's going. Jaguars, I know they forced a lot of turnovers, but Brissett set an NFL record with 47 completions in one game that didn't even get to overtime. So I really like him this week. I know Marvin Harrison's not playing, but still have Trey McBride. Michael Wilson at 180-plus receiving yards last week. Greg Dortch has been somewhat of a weapon from the slot, too, as well. So I think it's Brissett over Love.
Tom has another quarterback question. Tell me if I'm being too cute here, Eric. He said, should I start Tyrod Taylor or stick with Trevor Lawrence?
I think I wouldn't say you're getting too cute, but the Ravens were such a terrible defense in the early part of the season when they had all those guys, Kyle Hamilton and all those guys that were down, and they were giving up a ton of points. Well, pretty much all those guys are healthy now, and the going up against the Ravens defense is not sort of like this fantasy panacea that it was earlier in the season. So I like Trevor Lawrence's matchup this week. Arizona's defense has not been good. He may get Brian Thomas back this week. There's a chance he could get Brenton Strange back, but even if he doesn't, and given how talented he is with his legs, I think the better play here, and neither one of these guys, to be clear, is a great play this week, but I definitely like Lawrence better than Taylor.
We got a running back question. I just need one of these guys, PPR league, Kenneth Walker or Kenneth Gainwell.
This is going to kind of depend upon the injury status for Jaylen Warren, who did not practice yesterday with that ankle injury. I think that, and it sounds like the Steelers think he's going to play this week. And if he does, I think you play Warren. Now, these games, the Steelers play at noon on Sunday. The Seahawks also play at noon. So this is what it comes down to for me. If Jaylen Warren is active, you have to play him against that Bears defense. If he's inactive, you simply put Kenneth Walker in, who's actually been trending upwards, and he gets a really good matchup against Tennessee this week. So I would play Warren if he's active.
Another texter says, I don't have a great quarterback group here. I did have Aaron Rodgers as my quarterback, but obviously I don't know if he's going to be playing this weekend. Is there any sort of interest in picking up Shedeur Sanders for fantasy this weekend?
No, I know it's the Raiders, but I don't love it. I think Kirk Cousins against the Saints would be better. I would you could hedge if you could and pick up Mason Rudolph, and whoever starts at quarterback for the Steelers, I'd like better than Shedeur Sanders at the Raiders. Tyler Shough would be a better option. I don't know if Bryce Young is still available in your leagues. I would think long and hard about playing J.J. McCarthy against the Packers too. It's really tough when you have these quarterbacks out there with all this experience, and you're kind of going in blind a little bit with a guy who's never made a start in his NFL career in his second game where he's going to see active snaps. So I think I sit Sanders in favor of all those other guys I mentioned.
Just kind of a general question on my end. Was Sanders a big pickup in all the leagues you were in, or are people getting into that hype or not so much?
Superflex leagues, he was a pickup because obviously in Superflex leagues where you can start two quarterbacks, all the starting quarterbacks need to be rostered. As far as single quarterback leagues, man, it was crickets. You did not see a whole lot of people picking up Sanders. A lot of the thing, too, is the buys are mostly, not all the way, but mostly behind us, and you don't really want to spend your depth on your team with quarterbacks like Sanders, who you probably are never going to play. You want to spend it on injury away type running backs that, if there's one bad play or one bad injury, all of a sudden these guys are looking at 20 touches a game. At least that's how I play it. That's how I like to stock my bench for the last third of the season.
Troy's asking a running back question. He said he's got David Montgomery, but after last week, he's wondering if he should bench him because of with the Lions having Jahmyr Gibbs and starting Emmanuel Wilson.
Yeah, I think that there's a case to be made against that. Montgomery, obviously, with the better matchup. If you're asking me right now, I think it's Wilson. And obviously if Jacobs is active on Sunday, then it's clearly Montgomery. But as it stands right now, I think that assuming Jacobs misses this game, I do like Wilson a little bit better than Montgomery from a volume standpoint.
We got a defense question. Packers going up against the Vikings or the Colts going up against the Chiefs?
Yeah, I mean, I know the Chiefs have kind of been down from a real NFL standpoint rather than fantasy so far this year. But, with Mahomes and Rice and Kelsey, and it sounds like Pacheco got in a full practice yesterday, so we could see, more of a return to that ground game. I can't really in good conscience play the Colts. Green Bay gets J.J. McCarthy, who's been about as uneven as you can be. And you have the Packers defense who forced 2 turnovers. Granted, it was the last 2 plays from scrimmage from the Giants last week, but they dropped 4 interceptions from Winston. And I think McCarthy, when Kevin O'Connell does allow him to throw it, he might put it in harm's way. This could be another multi-turnover week for the Packers. Clearly, for me, they have got to be started over the Colts defense.
Mike, I think this is a good kind of wrap-up question, but he says, hey, Eric, just a general fantasy football question for you. Who was a guy that maybe the fantasy football community was really high on this year and has just not played up to those expectations?
There's a bunch, really. I mean, when you think about, you look back to the first round of drafts this year, it's always littered with players that, and we have to take injuries out of the equation, but I do think Brian Thomas is one that has let a lot of people down this season. I know he's been dealing with the ankle injury, but even before that, it wasn't great for him for whatever reason. So he let up a lot of people down. Ashton Genty's let a lot of people down, but I think that's more the fault of the offensive line. I think if you look at what he's been able to do, given how often he's contacted in the backfield, it's not on him, but he's definitely disappointed fantasy owners. Derrick Henry's starting to come on now. Obviously, Bucky Irving missing time with the injury has been bad. And I would say Travion Henderson too. Now he is not going to recoup his mid-third round ADP like he was going in the FFPC this year. However, he could go on a tear that could help you for the remainder of the season. But by and large, he disappointed most of the year. Tyreek Hill, obviously Mike Evans, Marvin Harrison, who had the appendectomy and the concussion, that hasn't helped it. But that's another player I think people, myself included, to a certain respect, were betting on a bounce back that just never came this year.
He's Eric Balkman, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, host of the show at The Score. Dude, appreciate the time. We're not going to be able to catch up with you next week because of Thanksgiving, man. So happy Thanksgiving, sir, and enjoy some birds, some turkey and such, and a lot of football, too.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you and all the listeners, and we'll talk with you again in 2 weeks.
You got it, buddy. There you go. There's Eric Balkman, fantasy football expert extraordinaire for us this morning. High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, Fantasy Football Players Championship, RotoViz, The Score at Appleton. I mean, the dude knows it all, so a big thanks for him. All right, let's take a quick break, and we're going to get back to a little hunting. Tim Kaiser from Whitetail Partners is going to be joining us here. First off, we got a really quick break, and we'll be back after these quick words. All right, continuing on as we get set for opening day, just a couple days away on Saturday. A lot of you are already kind of checking in and saying you're already at deer camp, you lucky so-and-sos. So, but if you're not, maybe you're getting ready. We appreciate you still hanging out with us and talking. And we're going to talk some more hunting with Mr. Tim Kaiser from Whitetail Partners. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Good.
I actually got a question for you from one of our listeners. Sent it over yesterday, and I think this is a perfect question for you because, correct me if I'm wrong, you do hunt out of a blind, right? Or you did?
Quite often, yeah.
Quite often?
Yeah,
Well,
especially during gun season.
Well, here we go. So this is from Mark. He had sent this over yesterday. I'm going to just lead off with it right away if you're good with that.
Right to it.
Question for the Whitetail Guru. So we're going to call you that right
Okay.
now. As you know, I'm not a spring chicken anymore and not as comfortable climbing up a tree as I used to be. And my wife is not comfortable with me doing that anymore either. So I have started using a ground blind to hunt out of most times. Any special or different tips for those of us hunting from blinds? Thanks and good luck to all.
Okay. That's broad. We'll go a couple things there. Number one, and this might sound funny, but get a good chair.
Yeah.
Blind. Oh my gosh. I've had chairs, you take an old office chair up there and it squeaks or it gets cold and it doesn't work anymore. And if you're not comfortable, you're not going to spend the time in the stand. So that might be an obvious one, but invest a little bit more. They make some nice like ground blind or elevated blind chairs now.
Yeah.
That's well worth the money. But I would say just especially when you're on the ground, just be really aware of making sure that you have good shooting lanes. You're not going to get the advantage of getting up over some of that underbrush. So if you need to clear some things out ahead of time, I would definitely do that.
Do you like, because I know there's some of the blinds where it's like you walk in, it's like 360 view, right? And it's kind of weird how that stuff has changed over the years where you have all that insane view where I'm still kind of like when we were growing up, probably little window, little window sort of thing.
Actually, that's a really good point to bring up because that's something I've gotten much more aware of with my blinds is because there's so many windows, you run the risk of kind of getting backlit.
Oh.
Right. So if it's bright behind you, even if you feel like you're hidden in the blind, the deer looking at you can see you really well. So I put up curtains on the back windows of my blind, or if it's a blind with zippers, keep those back windows shut. It's tempting to be able to try to see everything, but reality is you can't cover everything. So pick that 180 degrees, those 2, 3, 4 windows that you do want to shoot toward, and then lock everything else up behind you so that it's really dark in there. Is
there any concern? Because and this is just for me, like, because I used to do a lot of ground blinds for deer or gun season too, and I was always like, man, I don't want them to spot me. I feel more vulnerable. I don't know if that's the right way to kind of say that. Is that just something that's like in my head almost a little bit? Like I feel like I got to be up in that tree so they can't see me or something like that.
Yeah, I really think it depends on where the blind is, how long it's been there. I think those kind of things, once a blind has been in for a while, I think the deer kind of tune it out. And unless you're moving around and making a lot of noise, I think you're pretty well going to be, you're going to be just as concealed there as you would be up in a tree.
So, well, if you got any more questions, peeps, you can send those on over too. So what are you doing to get ready for Saturday, man? I mean, your dad you sent that a couple weeks ago. Last time we chat with you, your dad got one too. So both of you tagged out for bow season. Now you set the bar high for rifle season here, dude. So where does this kind of rank in terms of? Is this like your Super Bowl? I mean, is this the Christmas or however you want to phrase it? I mean, on the calendar when this time of year comes around, how high up on the calendar is this for you?
It's like a 1A, 1B to me because bow hunting season and gun hunting are so different.
Yeah.
I look at bow hunting as the time that I enjoy kind of the purest hunting mindset, right? You're in the woods, you're just watching what's happening naturally. It's like you're not there. You get to see a lot of cool things. You get to spend a lot of time over, a couple months there, right? And kind of see the whole season play out. That's really special. That's my favorite. But then on the flip side of that, gun season, it's this kind of this short, chaotic sprint where anything can happen at any moment. I think that's what's fun for all of us as you go into the woods and a deer could get bumped off a neighbor's property you've never seen before. You can shoot further. You just don't know what could happen, right? So they're different, but they're both fun. And then I think, though, the sweetener, and we'll talk more about it, I'm sure, is with gun season, you get the camaraderie, you get the deer camp like that. I know that's not hunting. It's more hunting adjacent, but I love that. I look forward to that more than anything during the year is just spending the time with the guys and hearing the stories and all that kind of stuff.
Does it present more of a challenge, though, too? Because, I mean, as soon as that first shot goes and you start to hear more shots, I mean, it feels like, okay, it almost feels like a wild card at times with the deer movement because there's so much more activity in the woods. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, if you have a plan in place and maybe you don't have a ton of land where you can control, hundreds of acres and you feel like that pressure is not going to get into your property,
right?
That plan might go out the window a little bit. But the flip side of that is now something might happen to push a deer onto your property, like I mentioned, that you're not anticipating.
Yep.
And so that's where my mindset shifts when it comes to stands slightly, I'll say, when it comes to gun season, is I do start adding in an extra layer of where are people going to be sitting around me on neighboring properties? Where might they enter from? How could that influence which way the deer might get pushed? And where's the nearest point of thick cover that they would want to get to? And so sometimes I'm trying to just kind of get in between those, even if it's a spot I might not hunt during bow season. If I do feel like there's a lot of pressure around me, I actually try to use that to my advantage.
So you kind of sometimes have separate stands maybe for rifle and bow?
Yeah.
Would you say?
Yeah. I'd say two things there. One is if I'm trying to find one of those areas where I just think deer might get pushed to because of human presence more, that can be on public or private, right?
Right.
Looking for more cover a lot of times if that pressure is high. But then also, I've got some stands that I love for bow hunting, but I can only shoot 25, 30 yards. They're really thick, but they're, very tight quarters. Could you hunt that during the rifle season? Sure. But for me, I've got this gun in my hands now that I can shoot out further. I'd like to at least be able to get out and cover a little more ground, so I might shift that stand slightly just to get a better vantage point or some longer shot opportunities.
For rifle, too, I mean, there's probably people who don't bow hunt, but this is the only time that they go hunting in here, too. And was that kind of your first introduction to hunting? Were you a big bow hunting family, too, or was it the rifle season that was always coming up?
Yep, it was just the 9-day rifle season. As soon as I got my license, I think, you're 12, you get your first year license. Yep. I didn't start bow hunting until I was, I think, 16. So it took a couple years. But I think that's great. That's kind of the entry point for a lot of families, for a lot of kids, is that going out with their dad. You and I were talking about Hudson maybe going out soon, and my girls are getting to that age too. So that first introduction, you find out if you like it or not, and then for some it just kind of is this casual social thing every year, and for others for me, it becomes kind of a passion.
Absolutely. And, some of those traditions, too, like I was knocking some off my bucket list. Like I've done since I've probably been 11, maybe 12. I got to listen to almost the whole CD of the 30-Point Buck. The second one, not the first one. It's got to be the second one because my grandma bought me the second one when I was a kid, so I have to listen to that one. Plus, they make a little fun of Medford in and that's where I'm from, is Medford. So they make a little.
I knew that.
Yeah, there's like something in the back end where they're making fun of this teacher. It says they got to ship them back to Medford to make pizzas, which Tombstone Pizza in Medford and all that. So it's like, okay, that's got a little soft spot. And then Escanaba, I got to watch that every year. Do you have any weird traditions?
Well, first I gotta admit to you, I saw your post about Escanaba. I watched it 2 nights ago for the first time in my life. I'd never seen it.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh!
Okay. What a weird, funny, odd movie.
Yeah, it was the UFO. I gotta know, is it the Menominee from Jimmer Nagamini from Menominee over here, or is it the other? I want to believe it's that one, but
I've seen some people that look like that in Menominee.
Yeah,
so
that's
it might
true.
Be,
yeah, exactly. That was your first time, huh?
My first time ever.
Wow.
Yeah, I could see that it's got kind of this cult following, though. I get it.
Definitely. You gonna add it to your tradition?
I will.
Attaboy.
Yep.
Attaboy.
Yep.
What else do you have any other traditions kind of like that, or maybe something completely different? Because I'm a weirdo that way.
No.
I will say that one more. I forgot.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I don't know why it still fits, but it kind of relates to that movie too, where like his brother's got the shirt that he's worn since the age of 9.
Yeah.
I have a Packers turtleneck that I've had since 4th grade that I bought at Shopko in Chippewa Falls.
Yep.
Because I bought a Robert Brooks jersey when I was in 4th grade. Because remember back then when we were younger, you had to wear the turtleneck with the jersey. That turtleneck still fits, and I only wear it during hunting season.
Well, first off, respect to it still fitting.
Yeah.
I don't know if that says more about how big it was then or how
probably
how fit you've stayed, but good work. I have a very similar tradition. I have a green John Deere T-shirt that I've worn since I was first hunting when I was 12.
Yep.
It's got a rip across the chest because one time I got stuck on a barbed wire fence. I don't care. I have to wear it. It just goes on underneath everything else every year.
Yep. I'm not at meals. It's always like I think Saturday night it's hamburger steak and mashed potatoes. Sunday is always homemade pizza. I mean, it's down to the sandwich or the lunch during the day. It's the meatloaf sandwich with onion cheese from Gilman, so it's got to be that too. So, I'm like weird when it comes to that, but I think everybody's kind of like that.
I love that. I think that's one of the best things about hunting camp and about deer season.
Yeah.
I would love some of the listeners to send in some of their traditions. That'd be fun to hear because There's so many unique ones out there and so many cool traditions at different camps.
So Surveyor Sam had sent this one. I'll be honest, I've never heard of this before, let alone tried it. Canned mollusks.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know. Bottle tequila down in the first night,
Okay.
which I don't know if I can do that. And cribbage tournaments.
Big cribbage. Yep, big time cribbage over here.
Yep. Little Debbie snacks. I mean, the oatmeal pies, the Christmas trees. People have sent those in. I used to when I was a kid, not anymore, but I always had to have the pretzel rods. I don't know why as a snack. The big ones.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it was something like that. But Surveyor said, too, it's going to be the first time in his family's history 3 generations will be at deer camp this year.
That's cool.
So that's the stuff I like to hear, too.
That is.
And I feel like, too, this is the time of year where I remember the big ones I missed more than some of the nicer deer that I've gotten.
And those are the stories that get told first.
Yeah.
Every weekend. It's not the one that you shot. It's the 2 that got away first. It's like the fish stories. And then we get into the rest of them.
Yep. And I think this was actually my first year. I might as well share it because it's embarrassing. But I was 12, so, you know. And I remember it was actually on public land. And that was a year, too, where we only had one tag. So you had to choose, are you going to get a buck or a doe? Because tags were very limited. And I'm like, okay, I'll just wait for a buck. But then when the first deer shows up, you know, your first year, you're like, oh no, that one's down. You know, missed. And we always had to use, shouldn't always, but it was kind of a tradition to hand down open sights 30-30 bolt action.
Okay.
So 20 yards away, miss a doe, you know. And I missed a couple. And I still remember the number. It was like 32 deer I saw that day, opening day, which apparently was rare. But I remember this one. Ground blind, and I was reading a book because I always bring a book with and read. And why I was a 6th grader reading a John Grisham Rainmaker book, I don't know why. Didn't finish it, but that was, I remember reading a page, looking up, not seeing anything. So that was kind of my thing. I'll read a page, look up. Read another page, I looked up, and there was this monster. Shooting lane, 50 yards, broadside. Didn't hear it, saw it. And I still remember thinking as a kid, is that an elk? Because that's how big I thought it was. Instead of just grabbing my rifle and getting up and shooting it, my grandpa was sitting behind me. I stood up, tapped him on the shoulder.
Oh, no.
I said, there's a big one right, and there it goes, running off. Then later that day, I shot my first deer, a 5-pointer. That big thing was, I just remember as a kid thinking, that's an elk because it was so big.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is another thing I wanted to mention. I'll put this challenge out to anybody who's part of a deer camp. If you don't already, get a notebook. Okay, get a notebook for the camp, and it doesn't have to be a diary entry, but at the end of the weekend, you got to write down the 3 or 4 or 5 things that happened that was memorable. It's Uncle Larry fell in the creek. It's Dan shot a big buck. It's whatever happened. Like, those are the things year after year that are so fun to look back on. I started as a kid, I remember writing, and then I've always wanted to kind of get back, and that's one of my regrets is not being able to remember every type of every deer or every buck. Like, now it's the point, like, okay, what year did I get that one? Like, when I'm looking at, a little basket 6 or 8, I'm like, crap, I can't remember what year I got. And that bugs me, and I regret not doing that. Yeah.
And now I want to do that now, especially with Hudson.
Got to do it.
Kind of starting.
Yeah.
Is that something you've been doing for a while a little bit, or?
We just built our cabin last year, so now I want to have a book started.
Yeah.
Just to leave at the cabin. But on my own, I've just kind of kept a notes app all the way along of every year, kind of what's happened, what some people have shot, and it's fun to look back on those stories.
Tim in the Cooley region says, we are lucky to have 3 generations of gun hunters hunting again this year. My dad is 85 and still climbs stairs to his tree stand.
Awesome.
Hopefully my dad stays healthy, so we will have 4 generations hunting in a few years. We have a scrapbook that we fill out every year.
I love that. You said Tim?
Yep.
I love that, Tim. Keep that going.
Yeah.
And good luck to your grandpa.
His dad.
His dad.
Yep. Dad's 85 and still going out there.
Good for him.
Yep. That's so cool. So is it for you, your dad? You got any more family members going for you? Or
No, my dad and I, my oldest is 10. She's getting close.
Yep.
She's got some interest in it. So maybe soon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, let's take a quick break, but we'll have more. So keep sending your texts, traditions, stories. I've missed a couple of big ones there, too. I might as well tell another one coming up here.
Therapy session.
So, yep, exactly. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with more with Tim coming up after these quick words. Got a couple more texters chiming in. We're talking some deer hunting, getting set for the opener here this morning. Traditions, got to listen to the 30-point buck and the second week of deer camp when it's the second week of deer camp, not the first week, which good. I'm glad we established that because I'm like that too. It's got to be the second week of deer camp. So another one here, definitely got to load up on the oatmeal cream pies in the stand. So
do you ever notice the best snacks come in the loudest wrappers?
Oh, yeah.
It's like they do it on purpose to us. I mean, it doesn't stop me from bringing the Christmas trees into the stand, but man, they're loud.
Yep, exactly. We were talking a little bit off the air, and Tim and I were talking a little bit off the air about how a lot has changed. Like I enjoy the easiness and convenience of registering a deer online, but it's this time of year I miss driving through town, especially the small towns that just have one street that go through them and the one registration station, and everybody's lined up with their deer in the back of the truck because you got to have the tailgate down to show it off, and just slowly driving through and looking at everything, looking at everybody's deer. Like I miss that part of it too.
That was fun. I think our kids were talking about them hunting. They'll never know what that was like.
Exactly.
We probably sound like two old men right now, but
I remember
it was fun.
Got to take the back tag off so you knew the customer number when you go in to register it and stuff like that. But I miss that part, and I wish I could find one of those old school big game registration signs that were always outside the gas stations or something, because I want to put that in my man cave.
Yeah.
I wish I still had some of the paper tags.
Yeah.
Just to relive that.
You
were talking about the metal tags.
Oh, well, I'm sure guys look on their wall right now and they can see those old metal tags that the registration station used to put on the antler after you got the deer.
Yep.
And now, you can't get that. So that's kind of a special thing.
Well, I remember one guy, because with the metal tags, if you didn't have if you had a doe, if you didn't have the slit in the ear big enough, he was pissed. Because he didn't want to get too dirty putting it in there. He had to be big enough to put the metal tag in there.
You always had two types of people that registered too, right? You had the one that was excited because they got to see everybody's deer, and they had the one that was like, I did not sign up for this.
Exactly.
I'm getting paid $6.50 an hour. I do not want to be touching all these deer.
Yep, exactly. So, and then just hearing all the stories of everybody kind of, talking about or giving the other guy a hard time or other person a hard time and such like that. So, but I mean, there was, I remember one. It was actually on the property we have. I think it was like our second, maybe third year. I think I was actually getting up to get down and go do something, and I just saw antlers jumping through the brush, and I'm like, oh, can't say the word that I actually said right now, but yep, missed that one too, even because I got a little too excited because that was probably, and then this was actually the day before. This was maybe about 10 years ago. Same property. I was like on the wheeler, just kind of putting stuff at stands to get ready for the next day. Go through. We have in the middle. It's like a little field part. Went to the other side, to the woods. Got it, and driving back, and I'm like, oh, doe ran right across from me, and I glanced to my right, 20 yards, just standing there staring at me. Like you. Of course, I didn't see it.
You guys didn't see what he did there, but that was the biggest buck I've ever seen someone make a hand gesture with. So
probably a little bit smaller, but it's just like that pristine, like you see on the magazine cover, tall. I mean, beautiful. And never saw it. I'm like day before driving through with the wheeler, and there it is, right there. I'm like you son of a gun. So, but yeah, if anything, there's just like the tradition aspect of it. I think I almost enjoy more.
Yeah.
With it. Obviously, I love going out in the woods and hunting and doing that. But it's like I look forward to the traditions that we've been talking about all morning long with this thing.
That's what makes it, especially in Wisconsin. It's just so deep rooted, and there's some other states that are, it's not like that,
right?
And so I think if you lived here, you take that for granted. But there's a lot of states where that's not the case. So it's definitely part of our culture.
Yeah. Is there anything from when we were younger that maybe you wish? We were talking a little bit about with the tags, or maybe something that you were younger that you hope to maybe pass on to your daughters when they kind of get into hunting a little bit or start to go out.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say the biggest thing would be they've got to gut their first deer. And I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah.
Some people are anti that, but that was one for me. I shot my first deer. It was near the end of the day, and the whole group had just gotten done with the drive, so they saw that I shot my first deer, and literally it was an audience of about 11 watching me gag and try to tough my way through the situation. But it was a good rite of passage, and something. I mean, it's good to learn too.
Yep.
But
yeah, I'm like, because my wife was like, well, if Hudson gets whenever he gets his first one, are you gonna blood him? I'm like, what? You're gonna blood him? I'm like, do you mean like put blood on, like, wipe it underneath his? I'm like, I never did. No, I've heard people doing that, but I'm like, she was bringing that up, and I'm like, probably not. But
on the same lines, what about the bite out of the heart? That is not
I've
for
heard
me.
that.
But have you done it?
I've not done it, and I don't want to do it, but I've heard of people doing it.
I'm not tough enough for that.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I would love to know if anybody still does.
Yeah.
Right now, or has.
I wonder if
done
that tradition has died.
There's been some crazy ones like that. Like I've heard some weird ones that I don't know if people actually did or if they just like said they did it. Yeah. Like drinking the blood. I remember one time like boiling it and that. This was in high school. A high school buddy of mine was telling me, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Wow. Okay, so I got to ask.
Yeah.
Let's hear your setup for this weekend. I'm kind of curious. Run me through where you're going to be. Do you know where you're going to be opening morning yet?
Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit bigger stand so Hudson could sit next to me. But so pretend I'm sitting here. So to the
like a tree stand?
Tree stand.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of like a quad stand.
Yeah.
A little bit. So in front of me, about 50 yards. I call it a field, but it's not like
it's not an egg field.
No. It's kind of like just a bunch of switchgrass. They bed down in there quite a bit.
Sure.
So there's a little creek that kind of runs through it, and so that's one of the goals I have is that the grass has overgrown it so much. I want to clean it up and kind of make that creek a little bit more accessible.
Sure.
For as a water source.
Yeah.
For deer and that. So it's about 50 yards in from that. So it's a little bit of a kind of a hardwoods thing. And to my left is actually a big tag alder swamp, and then to my right it's all hardwoods. So it's kind of like. That's the setup.
Yeah, you're sitting in that transition zone between, kind of more open woods and more real thick swampy stuff.
Yeah, so like historically wise, mornings they'd be coming from the hardwoods because there are the ag fields over there, so they're coming that way, going back towards the tag alder swamp, and then evenings they're coming out of that tag alder swamp, either going through the field or through the hardwoods to go to those fields. So
I like it. It's simple. Sometimes you don't have to overcomplicate it.
Yeah. I'm hoping it works out because that's the one thing. Like Hudson sat for a couple hours last year, but didn't see anything. So that's where I'm hoping that just to see something walk through.
Yeah.
And it actually showed up on my Facebook memories the other day. Our area is so populated with albino deer. Every year we see one or a couple. And it just showed up on my Facebook memory 2 years ago, sitting there, and there was one walking through. But every year, and that's why I kind of nickname our area White Deer Ranch.
Huh.
Because every year we see at least a couple for whatever reason. Yeah.
Never seen one.
You haven't? No, man. I've had a couple. One time I was bow hunting and I got up in my stand and I didn't even get situated yet. And turn around right there, 20 yards. Watch me get situated and everything.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Tim actually just sent a picture. He's got a jar full of those metal tags and paper tags.
Oh, Tim
in the Cooley region.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool. You have to share that with me afterward. That's really neat.
Yep. Man, I do wish, You never know until, like, it's gone.
Yeah.
Like, man, I should have done that. One thing, too, it's like, I know we're kind of going off a tangent. I love seeing old wooden stands.
Oh, absolutely. Now, do you put any... When I'm consulting, I get this question a lot: is when you see that, should I have a stand here? Somebody used to have a stand here. Should I?
Well, to be honest, the stand I just told you about 50 yards, it's right at the edge of that tag alder swamp. There must have been two different stands because there's one tree that's got a board that's nailed way up there that's loose, and 20 yards away there's another tree that has two boards nailed up there, right at the edge there.
I tell you what, it's not every time, but if you think about the effort it would have taken for somebody to build a wooden stand in a tree, usually it's a spot they found and had some success out of already. You just don't do that in 20 different spots like you would where we just throw stands up. So normally they are in pretty good spots.
Yeah, and I love history stuff when it comes to that because then my mind instantly goes back to, well, what did they get?
What did they see out of this stand?
Yeah, and where the tag alder is, it's actually, I call it a little bit of a ridge. So it's like on an up, and then it goes down into the tag alder. So it's a little bit of a ridge down there too. So, but before we take another break here and we start to wrap it up, got a question here for you from Rick. Hey guys, Tim, do you have any tips for the weekend? Should we be using any scents for ruts or anything like that, or do you think that's kind of bypassed right now and everything's just messed up with everybody kind of walking around in the woods?
Yeah, I mean, as far as things getting messed up, we talked about that a little bit right away. It depends on your situation. Are you public? Are you private? How much hunting pressure is around you? I would say the more that pressure dial goes up, the more you need to focus on finding cover. That's what I'm not worried about scents right now. I'm not worried about anything else. I'm worried about finding those areas where deer are going to go from where the pressure is. How are they going to get into that tag elder swamp, into the into the thick areas where people aren't going to be necessarily hunting. That's what I'm focusing on right now. So that would be my suggestion there is figure out where people are around you, where's the nearest cover, and even if there isn't a lot of pressure, right now the bucks are trying to find those last few does and they're putting them into covered areas. That's where the deer are going to be anyway. So cover is the king right now.
Okay. Would you say it's post rut, past post ruts, or
we're just past peak breeding?
Okay.
And without diving too far into that, basically there are still some does that are in estrus and being bred. There's just not as many as there were 5 days ago where it was kind of the peak.
It goes quick, doesn't it?
It does. It's about a 7-10 day period. It's kind of the peak of it. So it's still happening. But I think especially once that pressure dials up, it happens in more remote areas.
Is this the time of year too? Because I've noticed it on mine. I think we've mentioned this before in the past. Trail cameras are pretty quiet.
I've been hearing that all week.
Have you? Yeah. It's try not to get into it. It's hard. It's like, oh crap, now what's going on with the stand? But it's all kind of messed up at this point.
And it's probably more to do where we have our cameras because we're not putting them in those really nasty thickets.
Right.
We're keeping them more where we can access them and we can see a little better. So that probably has just as much to do with it as they're still moving.
Yeah.
We're not seeing where it's happening.
Don't get discouraged, right?
No.
How much, and I know we got to take a quick break here, but how much with the weather? I mean, it's going to be warmer this weekend.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be, they're saying, frigid cold the following weekend. How big of a difference does that affect with some of the movement for the deer in these 9 days?
I think the human movement and the human pressure is going to have a bigger impact on that weather front on most properties. But that cold weather coming in next week, as more hunters exit the woods, I would think that next weekend and the second half of next week should be pretty good, actually. So I do like that as kind of a, first couple days, it's, kind of chaotic and then things sort of settle down in that post-Thanksgiving time frame. I don't know when that
I think it's right around Thanksgiving or something like that.
Yeah, that could be a nice little boost in there. We can talk more, but then I might start thinking about food sources and some of those things a little more. Some of the more strategic elements of hunting and not just getting in the stand and having the rifle ready to go.
Right. All right, we got to take a really quick break here as we start to wrap up things here this morning. So we'll be right back with Tim after these quick words. Just a couple minutes left to the top of the hour as we wrap up our conversation with Tim Rod with a quick text here. Great show this morning. Tags back to 1971. He's got a picture he sent over here, too. Yeah, there's pristine condition, too. They're not folded up or anything, so he knew what he was doing.
I regret how many of those types of things I've thrown away.
I know. I'm the same way. Like I can just picture, and he's got a couple of those, like the old bow and rifle ones were right in the middle. It had the picture of the bow or the rifle to distinguish it. It's like, then I remember the sticker ones.
Yep.
I worked at a sports shop, gas station / sports shop when I was a kid, so I had to print off all those and man, do I remember the codes? I think 100 100 was fishing. Might have been. But yeah, you just have that memorized and type that stuff in and boom. It's a pain in the butt though when you ran out of paper. Those machines were never easy.
No.
So we only got about 30 seconds here, man. So best of luck.
You too.
Keep me posted.
Stay safe.
You too.
I'll put that plug in for everybody out there.
Yep.
Be safe. Know where your neighbors are hunting. Know everybody else in your party's hunting.
Exactly.
We got to have more good memories for years to come. So stay safe.
Yeah, I am definitely going to start that notebook too. I'm going to start to jot down some stuff, especially with Hudson.
Good.
Going here too. I've always wanted to do that, so I'm going to keep it going. So.
All right.
Appreciate it, buddy. Keep me posted how you do and the family.
Likewise.
All right. That's going to do it for us. We'll be back, though, tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Same time. We'll talk to you all then.